Chapter 982. When Yunsheng saw that Chang Wei was dressed as a merchant, and his eyes lit up when he saw the golden qilin, it was not difficult to guess that he was indeed a magical beast merchant. It was Yunsheng's first time coming into contact with a magical beast merchant, and she could not help but be a little curious. This is a qilin. As for its grade, I am not sure. Yunsheng still wanted to find out more information from Chang Wei, so she started to chat with him casually. Qilin? Qilin? Are you talking about the extinct qilin on the mainland? Chang Wei swallowed his saliva hard. He had guessed that this magical beast had a great origin, but he did not expect it to be a qilin. A qilin, and a golden one at that, was not an ordinary magical beast. In the era when Bakra orcs were still rampant on the mainland, there were many more types of magical beasts on the mainland than there were now. After the Bakra orcs were expelled, a large number of magical beasts either went extinct or were exterminated. The magical beasts on the mainland were also becoming fewer and fewer. However, in some remote mountains, or some deep sea, or areas that humans had not set foot on, there were still some magical beast bloodlines left behind from ancient times. Among all the magical beasts, the most powerful magical beast was recognized as the dragon race. However, the so-called dragon race did not only refer to the nine-clawed golden dragon. Even dragons were composed of many branches. The qilin was one of the most ancient of them. It was rumored that the qilin was a type of dragon magical beast, but the qilin had long gone extinct on the mainland. Who would have thought that the magical beast of this extraordinary family descendant was actually a qilin? Chang Wei stared at the golden qilin with eyes full of envy and amazement. It was indeed a qilin. Its scales were more dazzling than gold, and those lines smoother than the strongest warhorse, and those 4 limbs. If not for the golden qilin's fierce gaze that said, "If you dare to touch it, I will eat you immediately." Chang Wei really wanted to go up and touch the golden qilin. When Chang Wei saw the expression on the golden qilin's face, Yunsheng could not help but laugh. At this moment, Chang Wei was like a hungry pervert who saw a peerless naked beauty. However, the expression on the golden coin's face was very strange. It obviously hated Chang Wei. If not for Yunsheng's warning look, it would have turned around proudly and walked away. Seeing Yunsheng and the golden qilin staring at each other, the golden qilin was angry, but did not dare to roar. Chang could tell that this qilin was very human, and that it was very wary of its master. It seemed that as long as he could convince this young master of an aristocratic family, his wishful thinking would still be successful. In order not to anger the golden qilin, Chang Wei walked to Yunsheng's side and said softly, "Mister, I want to discuss something with you. Qilin the qilin. How about 10,000 purple coins in 3 days? If not 1 day. Lend it to him." Yunsheng did not think that Chang Wei could order the golden coin around. In fact, other than her, no one could get within 10 steps of the golden coin. Yunsheng thought she had misheard. "Uncle Chang, what do you want to borrow the golden coin for?" Yunsheng was suspicious. "Breeding, of course. Your magic beast looks so strong. It definitely won't be a problem for it to breed with 10 mother beasts in a day. The magic beast cubs it gives birth to will definitely be a good breed." Chang Wei's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke. Yunsheng was speechless. Breeding? 10 female beasts a day. This uncle was actually doing this kind of shady business. Ignoring Yunsheng's expression, Chang Wei was still talking enthusiastically. "Little brother, where did you get this magic beast? There hasn't been a qilin on the continent for many years. When a qilin is born, it is a holy beast. If I'm not wrong, this must be a holy male qilin. This kind of qilin has good physical strength and amazing reproductive ability. I have several high-level magic beasts on hand, such as the wind lion and the glacier chalk tiger. If the golden qilin can successfully mate with them, it will definitely give birth to high-level, or even saint-level magic beasts in the future." Chang Wei was ecstatic when he thought that he would soon have a large number of high-quality hybrid magic beasts. From Chang Wei's words, Yunsheng heard something unusual. Although Chang Wei was a magic beast merchant, he was different from ordinary magic beast merchants. He was a magic beast merchant for the Penglai royal family. His magic beast eggs, and some magic beast cubs were qualified to be directly provided to the royal family. Yunsheng knew that in Penglai, there was a tradition of crossbreeding strong male and female magic beasts to create new hybrid magic beasts since ancient times. Moreover, in Penglai, many nobles and some powerful families liked to exchange magic beasts with each other, especially high-level or even saint-level magic beasts. The purpose of breeding magic beasts was to breed more powerful magic beasts. Although the survival rate of crossbred magic beasts was very low, once the breeding was successful, the grade would be greatly improved. Yunsheng was dumbfounded. It seemed that this magical beast merchant had taken a fancy to gold coin's strong body and wanted to use it for mating. 10,000 purple gold coins a day. This price was indeed not low. In fact, in Penglai, there were some summoners who relied on lending their magic beasts in exchange for high rewards. When Yunsheng heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched even more. Wasn't this almost the same as a stud horse? For some reason, when she thought of lending gold coin to do this kind of thing, Yunsheng had a feeling of fear in her heart. Fortunately, today's Yunsheng was no longer the poor orphan who had just left the banana leaf village. 10,000 purple gold coins. For Yunsheng, who owned the first medical center on the mainland, and the annual income of the Sky Attack hunting group, it was nothing in her eyes. I'm afraid this is not a good idea. My magic beast has a bad temper. I'm afraid it won't be willing to mate with an ordinary mother beast. Yunsheng thought about it and decided to refuse Changwei. She smiled and secretly glanced at Gold Coin. This guy was squinting his golden eyes and staring at her. Hey child, having a bad temper is a big problem. Magic beasts at this age are in the estrus period. If you don't find a mother beast for it to mate, it will be very angry. Changwei had a look of, I know it very well. Changwei saw it clearly just now. The golden Kylan had a bad temper. As soon as someone approached and wanted to talk to the black-clothed child, it would glare with its golden eyes and growl to let those people retreat. When a magic beast was not facing an enemy, it would be so irritable. It must have some needs that were not satisfied in some aspect. Changwei boasted that he had been a magic beast businessman for decades and was very familiar with the temperament of magic beasts, especially high-level magic beasts. When they entered the estrus period, they would be very violent and easily hurt others. That reaction was exactly the same as gold coins. When Yunsheng heard Changwei say this, she thought about how Dollar had been getting more and more bed-climbing behavior lately. She started to have doubts in her heart. Could it be that Gold Coin was really in the estrus period and couldn't find a suitable mother beast, so he borrowed her feelings? She basically wrote after work and at night, so it was difficult for her to publish several chapters at once. Everyone could concentrate on the night and read the day's updates all at once. Chapter 983. Yunsheng shuddered. Although half of her blood was celestial fox, but, not only that, but Yunsheng had been with Dollar for the past few years. She had noticed that Dollar didn't like men, especially the ones that got close to her. But women were different. It didn't dislike women getting close to it. Yunsheng used to think that Dollar was a lecherous Kylan who liked women. It didn't dislike other maids or women, but it didn't like their touch either. Last time, a maid just wanted to stroke its head and was roared by it. She was so scared that she couldn't sleep well for a few days. However, it didn't dislike Yunsheng's intimacy. On the contrary, it enjoyed it very much. Every time Dollar got angry, Yunsheng would scratch its chin a few times, and its anger would disappear. The more Yunsheng thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She felt that Changwei was right. Although she and Dollar didn't have a contractual relationship, she was still its temporary master. She had to ensure its physical and mental health. Should she find a mother beast for Dollar to breed? It was bad for men to hold it for a long time. If a male beast held it for a long time, it would also affect its body. Thinking about it, Yunsheng walked to Dollar. She first scratched Dollar's neck. Dollar squatted down comfortably with a lazy look. Dollar, you don't seem to be young anymore. Do you want to find a partner for you? Well, it's like finding a mother beast for you to give birth to a little Dollar. Yunsheng thought she used the best tone. After hearing it, Dollar didn't respond for a long time. Seeing this, Changwei suddenly felt hopeful. He thought that Dollar agreed to breed. He hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and took out a book from his storage belt. That book was the Handbook of Demon Beasts that Chang Wei had accumulated over the years. The handbook included all kinds of high-level and holy-level demon beasts in Penglai and the mainland. Not only were there pictures in the manual, but there were also information about the bloodlines, owners, ages, heights, and fur colors of the various magical beasts. Although Chang Wei had offered a high price of 10,000 purple gold, the reward he would receive from the beast master and the egg would definitely be several times higher than 10,000 purple gold. This was much more profitable than trading eggs and young magic beasts. Chang Wei believed that no matter how picky the male Kirin was, it would definitely be able to find a magical beast it liked in this magical beast dating handbook. Chang Wei kept talking. Brother Dollar, what type do you like? Tall, short, fat, skinny? Do you want a female leopard or a lioness? Or do you want a female elephant? Yin Sheng was touching Dollar's neck when she suddenly felt nothing. In the next moment, the entire empty ship was filled with shrill screams. Yin Sheng felt as if there was a meteor in front of her. A gold light flashed and Dollar stood up. He jumped up and bit Chang Wei, who was trying to suck up to him. Dollar's eyes were full of anger. With a beautiful swing of his neck, Chang Wei flew out of the empty ship like a broken bag. In order to ensure the safety of the passengers, there was a magic wall around the dragon-flying ship, which could block the attack of less than 10 advanced flying demon beasts. However, Dollar's swing was so powerful that Chang Wei directly broke through the magic wall and flew out. The patrolling hunters on the side did not know what had happened. They hurriedly flew out of the empty ship to save people. Dollar, you will kill him. Yin Sheng did not expect Dollar to be so angry. Everyone on the empty ship heard Dollar's action. Yin Sheng was worried that someone would die, so she could only fly out of the empty ship to help search for Chang Wei's whereabouts. Fortunately, Chang Wei was lucky. After being thrown out, he fell on the sea. After being rescued by the hunters, he broke a few bones in his body. After emergency treatment, his life was saved. Yin Sheng was also unlucky. On the one hand, she had to save Chang Wei. On the other hand, she had to compensate for the loss of the civilian empty ship. If it were not for her good attitude and prompt compensation, the captain of the dragon-flying ship might have thrown her and Dollar off the ship. But even so, the dragon-flying ship blacklisted the demon beast Dollar, who caused the accident. Next time, Dollar was not allowed to take any empty ship related to the dragon-flying ship. If the dignified regent of Great Zhou was kicked off the ship as a troublemaker and missed the invitation of the prince regent of Penglai, who knew how many people would laugh their heads off. After Yin Sheng returned to the empty ship, Dollar was still sulking. Yin Sheng was also a little annoyed. She felt that Dollar was too unreasonable. If he wanted it, he would take it. If he did not want it, he would not be forced to mate. Stupid woman. You actually want me to mate with a group of female beasts. Yi Baiming was really angry this time. He did not eat or drink. For the next few hours, he ignored Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng could feel a strong sense of resentment from its body. This time, he seemed to be really angry. He directly faced Yin Sheng with his butt and lay in the cabin. After playing with the sheep, he saw that both of them were angry. He went forward and asked. Only then did he know that such an episode had happened. Bobo Puff mating, Dollar wants to mate? The sheep still wanted to see the world in chaos, and jumped up and down. If his little master knew that Dollar was the Kirin boy, he really did not know what expression she would show. Bobo, don't pester him. Dollar is too temperamental, Yin Sheng said angrily. Dear Master Bobo, don't be angry. Being angry will make you old and ugly. Dollar just doesn't like him. You can just throw him to someone else. Besides, Dollar already has someone he likes. Because the Kirin boy did not allow the sheep to reveal his identity, the sheep could only try hard to hint to Yin Sheng. His master was so smart that she would definitely understand what he meant. Even if the Kirin boy had changed his appearance now, he still circled around his master every day. The way he looked at his master was enough to melt a large piece of purple gold ore. His master should have noticed it. Wait a minute. Are you saying Dollar has a female beast he likes? Yin Sheng tilted her head and thought for a moment. Could it be a demon beast under her own demon beast? Yin Sheng thought for a moment and walked in front of the Kirin. Dollar, you don't have a crush on the Night Demon Queen, do you? Yunxing thought about it, and felt that among all the magical beasts, the one that was most in line with Dollar's aesthetic taste should be the Night Demon Queen, who was more enchanting than a human. The kissing sheep, which was still fluttering in the air, suddenly fell from midair. The sheep groaned weakly. Well, his master was really stupid in some ways. There was no cure for it. Chapter 984. This stupid woman. If she didn't give him to someone else, she wouldn't feel good, right? It would have been better if Yunxing hadn't asked. Her question was like adding oil to the fire. Dollar snorted loudly and completely ignored Yunxing. Yunxing was rebuffed for no reason, and became even more depressed. Dollar didn't make up with Yunxing, and Yunxing couldn't bring herself to make up with it. In the middle of the night, Yunxing still had a belly full of anger and fell asleep. As she slept, she dreamed of Yi Baiming. Red shadows flickered, and everywhere was a red fire. Vaguely, it was back to the day when Yi Baiming took off her veil. His face was still red from being drunk, and his lips were curled into a naughty smile. His handsome features were reflected in Yunxing's eyes. His gray eyes were a little drunk, filled with joy and confusion. His lips gently fell on her body, and she felt her body heating up little by little. But suddenly, Yi Baiming's face turned into the face of the black Qilin. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Yunxing's neck. Not knowing whether it was because of the pain or the pain of the wound, Yunxing screamed in her sleep. Just as Yunxing thought that she would die under the black Qilin's mouth, a deafening roar sounded in her ears. A golden light flashed, and Dollar descended from the sky like a god of war. He bit the black Qilin and started fighting with it. Yunxing wanted to stop the two Qilins, but she couldn't even make a sound from her throat. In the end, Dollar and the black Qilin disappeared together. Yunxing woke up with a start. She felt that her cheeks were wet. It turned out that there were a few drops of tears in the corner of her eyes. She didn't know if it was because of uneasiness or sadness. Yunxing reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. She felt something soft in her hand. She looked back, and found that Dollar was lying beside her without her knowing. Tonight it was very quiet. It lay on its side beside Yunxing. His golden eyes shone in the night. When it saw the tears in the corners of Yunxing's eyes, it stuck out its tongue and licked Yunxing's tears clean. Dollar's tongue was soft, and the taste buds on his tongue tickled Yunxing's face. The sadness in the dream seemed to have dissipated all at once. Yunxing recalled what happened during the day and what Baby Sheep said. She suddenly felt a little guilty. She looked up, and her bright face was filled with guilt. She tried to wrap her arms around Dollar's neck. Yunxing's voice was as small as a mosquito's. She said, "I'm sorry, Dollar. I was wrong, and I won't give you to anyone else in the future." A faint shyness appeared on her face. Even in the dark night, it could be seen clearly. Because she had just woken up, Yunxing's voice was still a little coquettish. On her delicate face, her black eyes were like the best black jade, shining brightly. At this time, she didn't look like the regent of Great Zhou, nor did she look indifferent as a doctor. Instead, she looked like a little girl who was acting coquettishly after quarreling with her lover. Yi Baiming had never seen Yunxing like this. Yi Baiming had been full of resentment, but in the middle of the night, he couldn't help but miss Yunxing's soft and fragrant body. He still quietly climbed onto the bed, and saw that Yunxing was still curled up into a small ball as usual, leaving an empty space for her. The resentment from before had all disappeared in an instant. Yi Baiming knew that he had fallen for Yunxing for the rest of his life. This little woman, no matter if she was unreasonable or gentle, she could completely subdue him. At this moment, he suddenly heard Yunxing crying the name, Night Fox. His heart ached as if it had been struck by lightning. Forget it. This woman was born slow when it came to relationships. Yi Baiming stared at Yunxing's face. There was still some fear on her bright face. Did she apologize just now? This woman had always been vicious, and this was the first time she had ever apologized in such a tone. However, what did she do wrong? She wasn't the one at fault. He was the one who hid his identity. Yi Baiming's throat rolled. He had a strong urge to tell Yunxing that he was Yi Baiming. A silent warmth was transmitted between the man and beast. Yinsheng stared at the golden qilin. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. The face of the black qilin in the dream overlapped and intertwined with Dollar's face. Her black eyes darkened as she suddenly thought of something. What Dollar did every day, reading memorials, climbing on the bed and getting angry for no reason earlier. Could it be? Dollar. Are you? The hand around Yinsheng's neck tightened a little. Just as she was about to ask, the bed suddenly shook violently. Yinsheng's body tilted, and she almost rolled to the ground. Fortunately, Dollar reacted quickly and hugged Yinsheng and rolled on the ground. What's going on? Yinsheng felt that the entire ship seemed to have hit something. The hull shook violently. This collision woke up everyone on the ship. There was a commotion. Then they heard hunters and crew members shouting outside. Everyone, gather on the deck immediately. There might be a sea beast attack. Sea beast. Yinsheng was even more surprised. The golden qilin's expression also became vigilant. Penglai was located in the far southeastern sea of the mainland. It took many days of sailing. It was said that some sea beasts did appear on the sea. However, even if they encountered sea beasts, they would only be on the ship. The dragon flying ship was flying at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. It had never encountered a sea beast before. What kind of sea beast had the ability to threaten the ship at an altitude of 1,000 meters? Yinsheng felt strange. But at this time, the ship had stopped flying. It was as if it had fallen into a quagmire. The hull swayed from side to side, making squeaking sounds. Knowing that the situation was wrong, Yinsheng no longer hesitated. She picked up her magic scepter and sat on Dollar's back. Yinsheng grabbed the sleeping baby sheep and rushed to the deck. She found that the third deck was already filled with people inside and outside. 2 magic waterfalls appeared on both sides of the ship. The waterfalls were connected to the sky and the ground, blocking the ship's way forward and backward. Some people had just woken up from their sleep. Their faces were still filled with fear and uneasiness. Yinsheng even saw Chang Wei. He was still wrapped up and squeezed at the bow of the ship, trying to look down and see what was on the sea. There were too many people at the bow. It was difficult to squeeze in. The golden qilin did not need Yinsheng's command. Its 4 powerful limbs rose into the air steadily with Yinsheng. It was convenient for Yinsheng to check the bottom of the ship. Chapter 985. Yinsheng sat on the back of the golden qilin and quickly rose into the air to see the situation clearly. Almost at the same time, 3 to 4 figures rose from the empty ship. They were 2 sky-level magicians and 2 warrior saint-level warriors. These people were dressed as hunters. Yinsheng was secretly shocked. She did not notice that there were a few experts hidden on this empty ship. How could an ordinary airship guard afford to hire such an expert? It seemed that this flying dragon ship was not like what she knew before. It was just a civilian empty ship. How could it be worthy of such level of guards? There must be something strange. There must be something hidden on this empty ship. Yinsheng paid attention to the 4 people, and the 4 people also paid attention to Yinsheng. Yinsheng was not afraid of their probing. After all, she had the Night Demon Queen's disguise. Ordinary people would not be able to see her true strength. Sure enough, the 4 experts did not feel any strong magic power or dou qi from Yinsheng. They looked at the magical beast under Yinsheng and withdrew their gazes. The 5 of them looked down separately. Tonight was the first day of the new year. There were no stars or moon in the sky. In such a night, looking down from above, the sea level was like an endless black silk. Other than that, there was nothing else. With Yinsheng's Shen-Nong pupil, she did not feel any magic or dou qi at a glance. It seemed that the attack of the sea monsters that the crew mentioned earlier was just a misunderstanding. After confirming that there was nothing on the sea, the 4 experts' faces relaxed. They were obviously relieved, but their expressions were still dignified. The 2 magic waterfalls were like 2 white chains that pierced straight into the sea from the sky, connecting the sky and the ground. They blocked the airship's path of advance and retreat. They were like 2 walls that trapped the airship in the sea. It seemed that the flying dragon ship accidentally broke into an unknown sea magic array and triggered the magic restriction, forming these 2 magic waterfalls. Abundant water magic elements kept gushing out from the magic waterfalls. The captain discussed with his crew members. They were all old crew members of the Flying Dragon. They had been active in this area for many years, and had never heard of any magic circle in this area. Everyone, there's no need to panic. The hunters on the ship will definitely work together to break the magic waterfall. We'll be able to resume our normal sailing around dawn at the latest. The captain comforted the passengers. There were about 100 hunters on the Flying Dragon Special Forces. It seemed like they had hired a medium-sized hunting group. After a discussion between the captain and the hunting squad, the two martial saints were the first to walk out. Behind them were 30 strong, brawny hunters, whose fists were the size of bowls, and whose foreheads were plump, who were obviously good at fighting. Immediately afterwards, the two sky mages also walked out. Behind them, there was also a team of mage hunters whose skills were not below that of master mages. Both sides stood at the front and back of the boat, facing the two magic waterfalls. Yun Sheng could clearly see that these people were probably going to rely on magic and battle techniques to forcefully break through. Even though they were from the same hunting squad, the warriors and mages on both sides were clearly competing. Brothers, 10,000 thunderbolt fists. The two martial artists shouted loudly. More than 30 cultivators exuded vigorous fighting auras. Countless shadows of fists blasted towards the magic waterfalls in an instant. These warriors had obviously been trained. The shadows of their fists overlapped to form waves of fists. Like hundreds of horses, they formed a force of thousands of pounds and crashed into the magic waterfalls. Thunderous Punch, as the name suggested, was a battle technique that had the effect of augmenting combat energy. For this type of battle technique, the more people there were, the more powerful it was. A warrior's fist strength was up to 500 pounds. If two people's fist strength was up to 500 pounds, the total fist strength of 30 warriors added together was more than 15,000 pounds. With such strength, not to mention a magic waterfall, even a stone wall could be easily broken. However, what surprised everyone was that the fist strength, which was as strong as 10,000 horses galloping, immediately collapsed when it collided with the magic waterfalls. The fist strength did not even cause a splash, let alone break the magic waterfalls. Yinsheng secretly shook her head. The water element was originally the element with the strongest flexibility among the four major elements. Like water, it could almost block all strong and fierce attacks. Seeing that the 30 warriors did not succeed in breaking the magic waterfalls, the two sky mages still had some contempt on their faces. Warriors were warriors. All of them were muscular and did not use their brains. How could a magic waterfall be broken by strong and fierce battle techniques? Everyone listen to my orders. Get into formation. The two sky mages walked forward. The mages began chanting at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Just like a well-trained archer. The moment the magic chanting ended, in the nearby air, yellow ripples of magic elements appeared. Like red tasseled spears, the ground spikes pierced through the magic waterfalls. The magic waterfalls were pierced through and water splashed everywhere like broken jade. Immediately, dozens of holes appeared on the waterfalls. The entire magic waterfalls seemed to be about to collapse at any time. For a moment, the magic water elements were in chaos. Among the four elements of nature, there was a saying that they reinforced and countered each other. For example, fire magic was naturally at a disadvantage against water magic. Different situations call for different measures. Water-type magic was naturally at a disadvantage when it came to earth-type magic. These mages were obviously dead set on this point, and used earth spikes to forcefully break through. Mages are still the best. On the deck, the passengers were overjoyed and cheered when they saw the magic waterfalls on the verge of collapse. But Yinsheng was not too happy. She stared at the holes made by the ground spikes. Her pupils constricted and turned golden. What others couldn't see, she could see clearly. Just as the waterfalls were pierced, countless water elements rushed towards the holes. Look, the waterfalls are healing again. Under everyone's gaze, the magic waterfalls that were on the verge of collapse quickly healed and returned to normal. It was as if the magic attack just now was just a joke. The two sky mages stared at the magic waterfalls, as if they had seen a ghost. Their hopes were dashed all at once. On the ship, Tension was spreading. The dragon-flying ship was in the middle of the open sea, far away from the mainland and Punglai. If they were trapped in the magic waterfalls, once the fresh water and food on the ship ran out, nearly 1,000 people on the ship would be trapped to death. At this time, it was already dawn in the east. Chapter 986. Even though they had not slept for the entire night, no one was willing to return to the cabin to rest. Are we going to be trapped here alive? This was the only question in everyone's mind. Captain, if someone can send a message to Punglai, is there a way to break these 2 magic waterfalls? Just as the captain was at his wit's end, he heard a voice. The captain looked up and saw a man in black clothes. The man was about 17 or 18 years old. His skin was slightly dark, and his eyes were long and narrow. His clothes were not very extravagant. At first glance, he was unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, he had a special aura. Do you have a way to break open the magic waterfalls? The captain was hopeful, but when he realized that there was no magic or fighting aura around the man, his hope was dashed. The man nodded first, then shook his head. The person who spoke was Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng had Shinong Eye, so she could see more clearly than the others on the ship. These 2 magic waterfalls were not simple. They were not ordinary magic seals, but 2 magic seals that had a life of their own. They had the ability to repair themselves, and were extremely resilient. Yin Sheng suspected that these 2 magic waterfalls were controlled by someone. However, as long as the enemy did not show himself, Yin Sheng could not make a judgment. Before she was certain, Yin Sheng would not try to break the 2 magic waterfalls. She did not want to waste her magic, which would not be worth the loss. Before discovering the enemy's goal, Yin Sheng decided to preserve her strength as much as possible. Yi Baiming obviously thought so too. He was very quiet. Most of the time, he just watched coldly from the sidelines as the hunters made useless attempts. Yi Baiming could clearly see that the 2 magic waterfalls were not to be underestimated, let alone a few sky magicians and martial sages. Even martial emperors and law overlords of the Holy Realm would have to expend some effort to get rid of them. In order to get rid of the 2 magic waterfalls, they had to find the source of the seal. I can send a message, but I can't save everyone. Yin Sheng's idea was actually to let Baby Sheep send a message. With that, Yin Sheng pointed at Baby Sheep, who had been sleeping on her shoulder since last night. As a world deity beast, Baby Sheep could ignore all magic restrictions. It could easily escape. However, Baby Sheep could only ensure that it could escape on its own. It could not lead Yin Sheng or the others on the airship away. Yin Sheng told him the whole story, and the captain looked at the pink lump on Yin Sheng's shoulder in disbelief. It did not match his appearance at all. The eyes of the magical beast merchant Chang Wei, who was bandaged like a mummy, lit up when he saw the popping sheep. This was another magical beast of unknown rank. Furthermore, it was a magical beast that could break through any magical restriction. Judging from the color of its fur, it was pink. It would definitely be very popular among the noble women and the young ladies of the imperial family. Since he could not borrow the golden qilin, perhaps he could discuss with young Master Yin the next time and borrow this pink demonic beast for breeding. Chang Wei was really envious of Yin Sheng. He really did not know where she came from. The magical beasts around her were each more powerful than the other. Popping Sheep suddenly felt a gaze that harbored ill intentions. It shivered and its black bean-sized eyes immediately widened as it looked around vigilantly. The captain then saw Baby Sheep's appearance clearly. This magical beast that did not seem to have any lethality. Could it really break through the magic waterfall that even sky magician level experts could not break through? Baby Sheep was very smart. It immediately sensed the deep disbelief in the captain's eyes. Ignorant humans! How dare you look down on this world deity, Flo? No, this world deity wanted them to prostrate themselves in admiration. Baby Sheep proudly passed through the magic waterfall with a swoosh sound. Before the captain could react, that pink little body, like a magic trick, passed through the waterfall with a swoosh sound and landed on Yin Sheng's shoulder. During the whole process, Baby Sheep did not even get its fur wet. Only then did the captain believe it. He was very excited. Then I'll have to trouble young master. Let your magical beast go to the Zao state immediately, and say that Long Xiang is in trouble. When the people of the Zao state know about it, they will naturally come to help. It seemed that Long Xiang was actually related to the Zao state. Yunsheng really did not know whether to laugh or cry. She just wanted to keep a low profile and travel incognito. Unexpectedly, this ship was actually related to the Zao state. There was indeed something hidden on the ship. But since things had already come to this, Yunsheng did not expose it, and agreed to the captain's request. What she was more worried about now was whether she could successfully reach Penglai before the 15th of this month. Baby sheep, fly towards the east where the sun rises and find the location of Penglai. Then inform the local Zao state that Long Xiang is in trouble, and ask them to quickly send people to save it. Yunsheng repeatedly instructed. Baby sheep finally heard it clearly. It wriggled its two meaty wings, passed through the magic waterfall, and flew towards Penglai. The group could only wait on the flying dragon ship. Baby sheep flew all the way. Facing the vast sea, it muttered, "Fly towards the east, fly towards the east." After flying for several hours, Baby sheep suddenly realized that it could not tell which side was east. Which side is east? Baby sheep's road blindness acted up again. Baby sheep, Master said that the sun sets in the east. East, baby sheep is coming. Baby sheep flapped its meaty wings and flew towards the direction where the sun sets. After flying for the whole night, baby sheep did not see any ghost. Just as baby sheep's energy was about to run out, it suddenly saw a bright light in front of it. Baby sheep, there's a ship. Baby sheep's eyes were almost filled with tears. It quickly looked at the empty ship that was rapidly approaching. Baby sheep flew so fast that it did not notice that the dark blue empty ship had the flag of Later Qin hanging on it. This empty ship was Duguxiu's empty ship that had left Later Qin a few days ago and was heading towards Penglai. It was already late at night, and Duguxiu had not yet fallen asleep. He was flipping through a few memorials. At this time, a subtle sound of flapping wings entered his ears. Although the sound was very soft, it was very obvious in the dark night. Duguxiu secretly thought that this thing that did not know life from death actually dared to barge into Later Qin's empty ship. Duguxiu's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. His figure immediately disappeared. He had already left the cabin and rushed towards the source of the sound. Just as Duguxiu was about to make a move to kill this untactful magical beast, an eye-catching pink figure suddenly stopped in its tracks. Baby sheep, why is it you again, hateful red-haired monster? Duguxiu's scalp twitched. He felt that he had heard this voice somewhere before. He raised his head and saw a pink demonic beast flying in the air. Chapter 987. Men, release the arrows. Hearing the sound, Madame Qi Bai and the soldiers in the cabin raised their bows and aimed at popping sheep in the sky. Later Qin ironblood bows were made with the tendons of magical beasts. Every arrow was quenched with magical beast blood and had amazing power. These archers had undergone strict training. Under the command, arrows shot towards popping sheep like a dense rain. Murder. Murder for money. Robbery. Popping sheep's round body was unusually agile in the rain of arrows. It scuttled to the east and jumped to the west. Those sharp arrows that were enough to kill were all dodged by it. Hearing popping sheep's nonsensical words, Duguxiu raised his eyebrows. Stop. With this special color, and that super quiet and poisonous tongue. Although popping sheep's appearance was somewhat different from the egg from a few years ago, Duguxiu had already confirmed its identity. Red-haired monster, snake spirit woman, a pair of male and female perverts. Popping sheep was scared half to death by the arrows. Its little heart was still pounding. It decided that when it officially took up the post and became a world deity, it must unify these people. Unify. Flow. Release. You are Yunsheng's magical beast egg? Duguxiu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Popping sheep's appearance here meant that Yunsheng was also nearby. However, there was no familiar magic fluctuation in the surroundings. Seeing Duguxiu's dazed appearance, Madame Qi Bai clenched her teeth. She also had some impression of this egg. Puffed egg had a unique color, a loud voice, and a poisonous tongue. There was only one egg on the continent that had such a virtue. Unexpectedly, this egg's vitality was quite tenacious. After being hit by He Linlin's Qilin blade, it actually didn't die. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise and hatched successfully. Your Majesty, this magical beast sneaked around in the middle of the night and appeared on the empty ship. It must want to assassinate. We must capture it, lock it up, and interrogate it properly. Madame Qi Bai saw popping sheep and knew that Yin Sheng must have also come to Penglai. Du Guxiu was also puzzled. Yin Sheng's magic beast didn't seem to have any abilities. How did it pass through the magic defense around the ship? And as Yin Sheng's natal magical beast, why would it appear here? Could it be that something happened to Yin Sheng? Ba, you snake spirit. Which eye of yours saw this world deity sneaking in? The sky is so big, is it all yours? This world deity wants to go to Penglai. Humph. Bobo Sheep spat a few times. Go to Penglai. Hearing popping sheep's words, Du Guxiu and Madame Qi Bai's expressions changed. But this direction was obviously the opposite of Penglai. If baby sheep hadn't met them, wouldn't it have flown to later Qin? Why are you going to Penglai? Are you and Yin Sheng separated? Du Guxiu couldn't tell whether he wanted to see Yin Sheng or avoid her. Bobo is shouldering a super big mission to save the life of the entire ship. Master and the flying dragon ship are trapped in the sea ahead by 2 magic waterfalls. I am going to Penglai to find reinforcements, Bobo Sheep said proudly. It didn't have time to assassinate. When Du Guxiu heard that Yin Sheng was trapped, his expression suddenly changed. Why is Yin Sheng on the civilian empty ship? Zhou State actually let her go to Penglai alone? Where is she trapped? Red-haired monster, why are you speaking in such a reproachful tone? Why should this world deity answer you? My dear master likes to keep a low profile. Not everyone is as extravagant and wasteful as a certain someone. Egg Popping glared at Du Guxiu and prepared to fly away. Who knew that just after a few flaps, Du Guxiu was as fast as lightning and grabbed its 2 pairs of fleshy wings. Bobo, you dare to catch this world deity exile. Before the word exile could come out, Du Guxiu, who had already experienced Bobo Sheep's poisonous tongue, directly blocked Bobo Sheep's mouth with a ball of cloth. Search along the way and find the whereabouts of the flying dragon ship, Du Guxiu immediately ordered. Madame Qi Bai was a little anxious when she heard this. Your Majesty, this is the boundary of Penglai. Searching here requires the consent of Penglai. Should we inform Penglai first? Madame Qi Bai knew that as long as Yin Sheng was involved, Du Guxiu would lose control. All right, send a message to the Prince Regent of Penglai. Du Guxiu thought for a while. Although he was the emperor of later Qin, it was better to be cautious in the territory of other countries to avoid unnecessary disputes. Du Guxiu immediately sent someone to send a message to Penglai. A day later, a messenger falcon flew to a majestic building. This building was golden and dazzling. In the sunlight, it was like a palace of the sun. Penglai Pavilion was located in the country of Penglai. Unlike the palaces of other countries, Penglai did not have an imperial palace. However, there was a world-famous Penglai Pavilion. Penglai Pavilion was near the mountain and the water. Looking into the distance from the pavilion, one could see the sea view. The messenger falcon flew into a golden pavilion. At this time, the sun was rising from the east. A man in purple was wearing a mask on his face. The man in purple had a head of long silver hair that made people gasp in amazement. The faint luster of his hair was like the finest silver under the sunlight. His skin that was exposed outside of his purple clothes was delicate, like the finest porcelain. On the face of the man in purple, there was a white jade mask. Other than a pair of eyes, only half of his chin was exposed. However, just half of his chin was like a white jade carving. It was even more delicate than the mask. However, other than this, nothing else could be seen. The man was reviewing a memorial in his hand. When he heard the messenger falcon's cry, he raised his head. The man raised his hand. The messenger falcon flapped its wings and landed on his hand. The messenger falcon was a powerful flying magical beast. However, in the hands of this man, it was very docile. The dragon flying ship is in danger. The regent of Great Zhou is also trapped on the ship. The man's voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was like beads rolling on a jade plate. He was a little surprised. The letter was actually written by Du Guxiu of later Qin. When did the iron-blooded emperor of later Qin become so warm-hearted? Moreover, as far as he knew, Duguxiu and the one from Zhou state should have a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. The grudge of stealing his wife. Lord Prince Regent, should we send troops? A guard captain asked respectfully from the side. A friend has come from afar. Peng Lai doesn't have anything good to entertain him. Let the sea beasts entertain the distinguished guest from afar. For some reason, the Prince Regent of Peng Lai didn't seem to like the distinguished guest from Zhou state. Did the Prince Regent mean that he was going to leave him in the lurch? The guard captain was stunned. Peng Lai of Gojoseon's temperament had always been indifferent. He didn't like or hate people. He didn't know what kind of grudge the Prince Regent of Zhou state had with his master. However, they were just subordinates. How could they have the courage to speculate too much about their master's thoughts? The guard captain didn't say anything else and left. Peng Lai of Gojoseon sat in the pavilion. He tapped the table with his long fingers and looked at the sea with his amber eyes. On the sea, the wind and waves were gradually rising. It seemed that the wind was about to blow. Chapter 988. The sun rose and set. Another day passed. For those who were trapped in the magic waterfall, the days were always particularly difficult. The sound of the two magic waterfalls was still reverberating, and there was no sign of it weakening or disappearing. The flying dragon ship had been trapped in the magic waterfall for an entire day. The captain and the passengers were anxiously waiting on the deck. Yunsheng leaned against the golden qilin and narrowed her eyes. It had been a day since baby sheep left. Logically speaking, they should have arrived at Peng Lai. Around evening, an empty ship appeared in front of them. There was an explosive cheer on the flying dragon ship. However, there was no joy on Yunsheng's face. She saw the sign of the empty ship clearly. The golden qilin also let out a low growl. Didn't they ask baby sheep to find Peng Lai of Gojoseon for reinforcements? Why was it an empty ship from later Qin? Moreover, the person standing on the deck with a murderous aura and flame-like red hair was none other than the emperor of later Qin, Duguxiu. Is this the flying dragon ship? I am Duguxiu of later Qin. Because it was an unfamiliar sea area, Duguxiu's empty ship also carried out a thorough search before they found the exact location of the flying dragon ship. When the people on the flying dragon ship heard that the other party was actually the emperor of later Qin, Duguxiu, they were excited and flattered. Later Qin Duguxiu's name was quite famous on the mainland. They heard that this person was ruthless and ruthless. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. He actually had the leisure to rescue a ship from another country. Yi Baiming also had the same thought. Duguxiu, that brat, still hadn't given up on his little wild cat. Yunsheng also noticed that the captain of the flying dragon ship was not too surprised after hearing Duguxiu's name. Instead, he secretly exchanged glances with the masters of the hunting group. The water vapor from the magic waterfall filled the air. Duguxiu's eagle eyes focused. Through the magic waterfall, he searched around the deck, but did not find the figure that he had been dreaming of. He paused. May I ask, is the regent of Great Zhou on the ship? With Duguxiu's question, the captain and the others, who were already on guard, were even more shocked. Not only did the later Qin Emperor Duguxiu come, but even the Prince Regent of Zhou State was also on the ship? What kind of luck was this? Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the captain of the flying dragon ship. These two people were not to be trifled with. He could only blame himself for being foolish. He thought that using an ordinary empty ship to transport that thing would be very safe. Who would have thought that by a freak combination of factors, he would encounter these two great fiends? However, why did the Dugu Emperor of later Qin want to find the Prince Regent of Zhou State? The captain suddenly remembered a rumor that had spread throughout the continent a few years ago. It was rumored that the later Qin Emperor had always liked the regent of Great Zhou's consort. Earlier, he had forcefully kidnapped the Prince Regent of later Qin. In the end, Yi Baiming, who was just a nosy prince with no real power at that time, was enraged and made a grand promise of the entire country as a betrothal gift. The two of them fought fiercely. Later Qin and Zhou State fell into chaos because of this. In the end, the North Underworld king took the beauty and became the regent of Great Zhou. However, It was rumored that the Prince Regent of Zhou State's consort was kidnapped by the later Qin emperor. She was also cursed as a vixen who brought calamity to the continent. Since then, she had contracted a terrible disease. In the past few years, she had been seriously ill and only had half of her life left. It was also because of this that the Prince Regent of Zhou State was recognized as the #1 suffering consort on the continent. However, even so, after the later Qin crown prince Duguxiu ascended the throne, he was still infatuated with the Prince Regent of Zhou State. Later Qin's harem still hadn't appointed a queen. The captain thought about it. Could it be that the later Qin emperor was here today to kidnap the regent of Great Zhou? Oh my god, these two great Buddhas, please don't pick this time to fight. The captain's mind was in a mess, but Yun Sheng was completely unaware. She also didn't know that as one of the parties involved, the regent of Great Zhou's consort, she had become a tragic character who couldn't even trust a chicken and could die at any time in the eyes of the outside world. With regards to Duguxiu's sudden appearance, Yun Sheng was still a little surprised. How did Duguxiu find her? She looked again and saw that under Duguxiu's left arm, there was a pink thing that kept making a fuss. Popping Sheep's face was full of grief and indignation, and there was a ball of rags stuffed in its mouth. Needless to say, Yun Sheng also understood. Her own world divine beast on guard didn't seem to have a good sense of direction. Last time, it was said that when it was in the Grand Emperor City, it also got lost. However, didn't she already tell Popping Sheep to just fly in the direction of the sunrise? There was an 80% chance that Popping Sheep couldn't recognize the direction. When she told it to fly in the direction of Penglai Pavilion, it flew in the opposite direction and flew in the direction of later Qin. Then, it met Duguxiu, who also came to participate in the Penglai summit. Based on Yun Sheng's understanding of Duguxiu, this guy wasn't a kind person. If she didn't answer, he would definitely turn around and leave without even looking at the more than 1,000 people on the ship. There were also some old, weak women, children, and sick people on the ship. If she delayed any longer, she was afraid that the situation would worsen. After thinking about it, Yun Sheng walked out. Your Majesty Duguxiu, long time no see. Although Yun Sheng had changed her appearance and voice, her clear voice was like a sharp sword that suddenly passed into Duguxiu's ears. Through the magic waterfall, Duguxiu could only see a slightly thin man, standing at the bow of the ship. Although her appearance had changed, Yun Sheng was still Yun Sheng. Those pitch-black eyes and the faintly floating dimples at the corners of her mouth still made Duguxiu's eagle eyes soften a little. After confirming that Yun Sheng was on the ship, Duguxiu began to rescue her. However, after he checked the situation of the magic waterfall, his expression became cautious. Earlier, Popping Sheep had only roughly said that there was a magic waterfall. Duguxiu thought that it was just a slightly more powerful magic prohibition. However, Duguxiu didn't expect that the scale of these two magic waterfalls would be so amazing. The two waterfalls were azure and boundless. The height was immeasurable, and the length was dozens of nautical miles. The waterfall's splashing water was very majestic. If later Qin's empty ship rashly attacked, it was likely that it would also be trapped in the magic waterfall. He learned from the captain that they had previously tried to use magic and fighting energy to break through, but it was all in vain. I think that this magic waterfall is a little strange. It reminds me of a kind of magical beast. Madame Qi Bai coldly observed from the side for a while. She thought of something and said to Duguxiu. Madame Qi Bai was born in the Bahuang tribe, so she knew more about magical beasts than Duguxiu, who had grown up in the royal family of later Qin. I have heard my father mention this magic waterfall before. It was created by a kind of large sea beast using magic. That kind of sea beast only grows in the deep sea. Its name is Anemone abyssalis. Madame Qi Bai hadn't seen the deep sea tentacle flower before, but she had heard the chief of the Ba Shi tribe mention it. Anemone abyssalis, strictly speaking, wasn't a magical beast. It was a kind of carnivorous magical plant. It took root in the deep sea, and as it grew older, its tentacles would grow longer. It was proficient in all kinds of mysterious water magic. A deep-sea anemone that had lived for more than 5,000 years could grow its tentacles to several thousand meters long. In the sea, It could be considered an invincible existence. This kind of deep-sea tentacle monster is most proficient in a type of magic prohibition called the magic waterfall. This kind of prohibition. Before Madame Chi Bai could finish speaking, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the ship. Chapter 989. There was a commotion on the flying dragon, and Yunsheng also became alert. Just now she felt a strong magical wave. That wave came from the power of the magic waterfall. That magical wave was not normal, and it was faintly mixed with a terrifying dark magical power. How could there be a large dark magical beast in the waters of Penglai? After the magical wave appeared, the two magic waterfalls moved. They kept compressing, desperately compressing, as if they were going to flatten the empty ship. What was more frightening was that when the magic waterfalls were compressing, many gray tentacle-like things that were half a meter thick extended out from the magic waterfalls. The tentacles easily penetrated the magic defense around the flying dragon, as if they were piercing through a layer of paper. They wrapped around the bow and stern of the flying dragon and tore it apart. Seeing this, the captain immediately ordered the hunters on the ship to go forward and attack with combat skills or magic attacks. However, the tentacle completely ignored all of that. But the hunters' attacks obviously angered the tentacle monster. With the power of the waterfalls, there was a roar like that of a ferocious beast, and water splashed everywhere. Poof, poof, poof. More tentacles came out from the magic waterfalls. One of the tentacles aimed at a hunter and pierced through his chest. The hunter's body quickly withered as if the air was sucked out of his body. Soon only a piece of human skin was left. After the tentacles sucked human flesh and blood, they immediately grew barb-like thorns on the surface. The tentacles succeeded in one move and killed a few more people in succession. The magic waterfalls also changed color. The originally clear magic waterfalls became blood red, as the tentacles killed many people in succession. The empty ship was already in a mess. The ordinary passengers only knew how to escape in all directions. They tried to get back into the cabin. The captain ordered the hunters to kill the tentacles, and on the other hand, he had to stop the panicking passengers. There were many people on the ship. At this time, the ship had already begun to shake violently due to the panic. If this continued, not only would they be killed by the tentacle monster, the ship would also capsize due to the imbalance. Outside the magic waterfall, Duguxio's expression changed slightly. That's right, it must be Anemone abyssalis, but why would this tentacle sunflower appear here? This kind of sea anemone should only grow in the nether abyss. Even a woman as vicious as Madame Chi Bai couldn't help but change her expression after seeing the tentacle sunflower. Even though the tentacle helianthus was notorious, it was not a species from the boundless continent. It was a species from the underworld. Duguxio did not care about this. In the chaotic crowd, his gaze followed Yunsheng. But where did Yunsheng go? She couldn't find that familiar figure in the crowd. It turned out that in the chaos just now, Yunsheng had gotten into the cabin. Although she did not know what kind of magical beast those tentacles were, Yunsheng could tell from the magical waves on their bodies that they were very difficult to deal with. Yunsheng felt a familiar aura from them. Yunsheng's memory was very good. She could almost remember everything she saw. She quickly remembered that she had found the same magical waves on someone before. The Netherworld Ghost King. In the Taiyuan ruins, Yunsheng was sent back to the Taiyuan castle more than 500 years ago by space-time magic. There, she had met the Netherworld Ghost King once. At that time, the other party's aura was exactly the same as the tentacle monster that committed the crime. Before the puffed egg hatched, Yunsheng's knowledge of the Netherworld Ghost King was only based on the Netherworld Ghost Key. However, after the puffed sheep hatched, it told Yunsheng that there were other realms outside this continent. The Netherworld Ghost Prison belonged to the underworld outside the human realm. These creatures that should only live in the underworld suddenly appeared in the Penglai Sea of the boundless continent. There must be a reason. Yunsheng suspected that this reason was hidden in the flying dragon ship. Yunsheng had paid close attention to the expressions of the captain and the hunters. Especially after Du Guxiu came later Qin. Their eyes were evasive, and their gazes would occasionally look towards the cabin. Thus, in the chaos just now, Yunsheng took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the cabin under the cover of the golden qilin. There was no one else in the cabin, so Yunsheng quickly found the captain's room. After searching the captain's room for a while, Yunsheng discovered that there was a secret chamber under the captain's bed. After opening the secret chamber, Yunsheng found a wooden box made of black oak. Just as Yunsheng was about to open the box, she heard a piercing sound behind her ear. Her scalp went numb, and Yunsheng's figure flashed as she used the night demon footwork. Her toes touched the ground, and she had already dodged this fatal sneak attack. At the same time that Yunsheng dodged, sharp black thorns broke out from the ground and ruthlessly stabbed towards the sneak attacker behind her. Immediately after, several balls of fire exploded, and the entire cabin was instantly filled with thick smoke. "Prince Regent, you can't touch this thing. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The captain of the flying dragon ship was glaring angrily at Yunsheng and the black box in her hands. His knee had already been injured by Yunsheng's black thorns, and there was a wound on his knee. The captain of the flying dragon ship obviously still had some reservations about the regent of Great Zhou. After all, everyone on the continent knew that the regent of Great Zhou was the youngest martial emperor on the continent. However, no one expected that the prince regent was also a sorcerer. "You're not the captain of the flying dragon ship. Tell me, what's in this box?" The box wasn't heavy, and Yunsheng tried to use her sorcery to penetrate it. However, there was obviously a magic restriction outside the box, and Yunsheng couldn't see clearly what was inside at that moment. "Prince Regent, you're an honored guest of Penglai, but there are some things that you shouldn't know. Otherwise, even if you're a martial emperor, you won't be able to escape death." The captain of the flying dragon ship smiled proudly. He abruptly tore open his outer robe, revealing the robe underneath. He wasn't wearing a sorcerer's robe or a warrior's robe, but a summoner's robe. Yunsheng had seen a similar robe on the summoner Bingling at the Wandong gambling house before. However, in comparison, this summoner's robe was obviously of a higher level. It was crimson in color. In Yunsheng's mind, the hierarchy of the Zhao state quickly appeared. In the Zhao state, only the cardinal could wear a crimson summoner's robe. The lower the level of the summoner's robe, the lighter the color. The summoner in front of her was wearing a crimson summoner's robe. Could it be that he was? Yunsheng's lips curled into a faint smile. "That's right. I'm one of the 13 main summoners of the Zhao state, the 7th main summoner of the Zhao state. Since you know my identity, shouldn't the Prince Regent hand over the thing in your hands?" The 7th main summoner was very proud. So what if he was a martial emperor? In the eyes of these summoners, only the Emperor Zhao in red was the supreme existence. Moreover, they were on the territory of Penglai. The 7th summoner noticed that the expression of the regent of the Great Zhou dynasty changed subtly after hearing his identity. Chapter 990. So it's the 7th summoner. Pardon my disrespect. Since it's something that Lord Summoner personally escorted, how could this prince take it for himself? Yunsheng spoke respectfully as he handed over the Xiaohei box with both hands. The 7th summoner was very satisfied. Just as the 7th summoner was about to take the Xiaohei box, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Yunsheng's face. "Zhao state. Kill." Yunsheng's wrist suddenly flicked, and the Xiaohei box immediately flew out of his hand and was thrown behind the 7th summoner. "You!" The 7th summoner was furious and was about to catch the black box. Boom! There was a sudden violent tremor in the cabin. A black tentacle rushed into the cabin and attacked the Xiaohei box. The 7th summoner turned pale with fright after snatching the Xiaohei box. He didn't dare to fight it head-on and immediately started chanting. A summoning formation flickered beside him, and a sacred bloodthirsty bear half the height of a human appeared in the cabin. The sacred bloodthirsty bear roared and swung its paw at the tentacle. The tentacle hit the sacred bloodthirsty bear head-on and nimbly wrapped itself around its neck. The sacred bloodthirsty bear's neck was tightly strangled and violently flung out. Suddenly, more than 10 tentacles reached into the cabin. Without exception, their target was the Xiaohei box. "Why you did it on purpose?" The 7th main summoner used the wind shadow spell to dodge the tentacle's attack. Then, He looked at the great Zhou regent, who had a relaxed expression. He suddenly understood why the other party would hand over the black box so easily. It seemed that he already knew that the tentacle's target was the Xiaohei box. Thanks to the Xiaohei box, more and more tentacles entered the cabin and attacked the seventh summoner. Roar! Dozens of tentacles pierced the sacred bloodthirsty bear's chest and tore it into pieces. The tentacles wriggled, sucking the internal organs and flesh of the sacred tattoo bear. In front of these tentacles, a saint-level magical beast could not last more than a few rounds before it was cruelly killed. When the sacred tattoo bear died, the seventh summoner's situation wasn't any better. Summoners relied on their summoned beasts to fight. The seventh main summoner felt as if his body was being torn apart, and his organs were in intense pain. He didn't dare to stay any longer. The black box in his hand was like a hot potato. In order to save his life, he threw out the black box. The target of those tentacles was indeed the black box. Seeing that the black box had left his hand, the tentacles all rushed towards it. Just as the tentacle touched the black box, a strange power came out of the black box. The tentacles were not on guard. They only felt a burst of numbness in their tentacles, and the black box they were holding fell out of their hands. The seventh summoner was stunned. What was going on? Of course, he didn't know that when Yin Sheng threw out the black box, she had secretly injected some of the power of the soul-healing magical needle into the box. Once it encountered external pressure, the power of the soul-healing magical needle would burst out through the black box. The tentacles were shocked and felt their tentacles go numb. For a moment, they didn't have any hands to catch the black box. The black box rolled on the ground. Yin Sheng calmly picked it up. The seventh summoner's face was pale as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Yin Sheng and said, "Prince Regent, are you crazy? How dare you go against the Zhao state? This box belongs to the Emperor Zhao. Do you want to be enemies with the Emperor Zhao? Who does Emperor Zhao think he is? This prince is killing people from the Zhao state." Yin Sheng curved her lips into an extremely cold smile. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned the Zhao state, but once she mentioned the Zhao state, Yin Sheng became angry. If it wasn't for that bullshit Emperor Zhao and the Zhao state, her mother wouldn't have lost her memory, her father wouldn't have run away from home, and she wouldn't have ended up like this. The people she was killing were people from the Zhao state. As she spoke, the tentacles that were temporarily numbed by the soul-healing magical needle gradually regained their senses. Yin Sheng bent her body like a bow. She bent her long legs and jumped back like a springboard. She directly pierced through the cabin and broke through the air. Men, kill the regent of Great Zhou. The seventh summoner had lost a summoned beast and was heavily injured. The worst thing was that he had been played by the regent of Great Zhou. His eyes were red with anger. He was like a red-eyed bull as he shouted. That black box had been ordered by the Emperor Zhao in red to escort it. To the Zhao state, the item in the black box was very important. If he lost it, the seventh summoner didn't dare to think further. He endured the pain on his body and rushed out of the cabin. On the deck, on the magic waterfall, countless tentacles were like snakes coming out of their holes. They were everywhere, and there was nothing they couldn't penetrate. They were invincible, and they killed a large number of innocent passengers. On the deck, there were human skins that had been sucked dry of flesh. Duge Xiu's eyes darted around, searching for Yin Sheng's whereabouts in the chaos. Just then he caught sight of something. A beautiful figure dashed out from the cabin. Then a bishop of the Zhao state rushed out. He was flustered and exasperated as he commanded the hunters to attack Yin Sheng. Just then on the deck, the golden Kylin that had been dormant for a long time arched its back and let out a deafening roar. The golden claws were like streaks of sword shadows. With a sweep of the claws, several hunters were severely injured. Hearing Dollar's voice, Yin Sheng teleported and landed accurately on the back of the golden Kylin. She waved the black box in her hand. "Dollar, we got the item. Let's go." The reason why Yin Sheng didn't leave was to find out what was hidden on the ship. As for the people of Penglai, she didn't have time to care about them now. There was an extra person on the golden Kylin's back, but it was still agile. It quickly dodged the combined attacks of the tentacles and the hunters. A golden magical beast? Duguxiu quickly noticed that the magical beast under Yin Sheng was unusual. The smell of blood attracted more tentacles from the abyss. They crazily rushed out of the magic waterfall and attacked Yin Sheng. Duguxiu's eyes narrowed, his left arm shook, and the black scales on it expanded. He roared. His body was like a cannonball, rushing straight towards the magic waterfall. The martial emperor's power combined with the power of the halberd of the divine warrior. Duguxiu's figure could no longer be seen clearly. His body and fighting spirit merged into one, tearing apart the magic waterfall. Within the magic waterfall, there was a strange squeak. The tentacles seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and immediately retreated. Almost at the same time, baby sheep spat out the rag in its mouth and flew towards Yin Sheng. Unable to withstand Duguxiu's attack, the magic waterfall began to collapse after a violent tremor. The water of the waterfall poured down like a torrential flood. The already shaky dragon flying ship, and the people on the ship were all swept into the sea. Chapter 991. The Prince Regent of Penglai, Ji Rumo, was in the Penglai Pavilion, discussing state affairs with the ministers of Penglai. His body suddenly stiffened, as if he had sensed something. Under the mask, the pair of amber eyes became serious. He felt a wave of dark magic power. This wave came from the sea. With a bang, he disappeared. The ministers looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Reporting, Prince Regent, there is a huge wave on the sea. A guard rushed in, but there was no sign of the Prince Regent in the court. At this time, hundreds of nautical miles away from Penglai, the magic waterfall had just collapsed. The flying dragon and later Qin's empty ship were suddenly broken in half by the violent water magic elements. And the people on the ship were all washed into the sea. Save His Majesty. Madame Qi Bai was terrified when she saw Duguxiu fall into the water. She knew that nothing good would happen when she met Yin Sheng. She ordered the empty ship to stabilize, and at the same time, she sent soldiers to search for Duguxiu's whereabouts. However, what shocked Madame Qi Bai was that after the magic waterfall collapsed, the originally calm sea suddenly became strange. The magic wave formed by the collapse of the magic waterfall was actually so strong. When the magic waterfall collapsed, the violent water magic elements carried by the magic waterfall not only destroyed the empty ship, but also rolled up a huge wave that was dozens of meters high. It looked as if someone had cast a super water magic at the bottom of the water. The originally blue sea became as dark as mud. The passengers who fell into the sea were swallowed by the raging waves before they could flip around a few times. The magic waterfall collapsed, and Yin Sheng was pulled down by the water power. She fell off the back of the golden qilin and into the churning sea. The large amount of water magic elements made Yin Sheng feel like she was drowning. Yin Sheng also tried to use wind magic, like the levitation spell, to get out of the sea, but the violent waves made her try several times without success. In such a harsh environment, even magic was powerless. Yin Sheng could only hold her breath and float in the waves, maintaining a trace of consciousness. Grabbing the black box in her hand, she kicked her feet and tried to float to the surface. But just as Yin Sheng came out of the water and tried to breathe, a tentacle wrapped around her ankle and pulled her into the water. Yin Sheng choked on a mouthful of water and sank with the black box. At this time, later Qin's spaceship had already found Duguxiu. Your Majesty, quickly board the ship. These waves are very normal. I'm afraid that Anemone Abyssalis is angry. Madame Qi Bai knew how terrifying water-type magical beasts were in the ocean. Even if Duguxiu was strong, his strength would be greatly reduced when fighting in the ocean. They had to leave this area as soon as possible. Duguxiu climbed onto the boat, but at that moment, he heard a flapping sound behind him. He turned around and saw Yin Sheng sinking to the bottom of the sea. When Duguxiu saw this, his expression changed, and he wanted to go into the water to save her. When Madame Qi Bai saw this, she pulled Duguxiu back. Are you crazy? You can't go into the sea. I only said half of what I wanted to say. The Abyss Tentacle Monster is something from the Netherworld Ghost Realm. Its sudden appearance here must be related to the Netherworld Ghost King. You're willing to give up your life for that woman? The Netherworld Ghost King was a name that was related to death. He was a godlike existence, a true immortal demon god. No matter how strong Wuxia was, he was still weak in front of the Netherworld Ghost King. If these Anemone Abyssalis were really related to the Netherworld Ghost King, then if Wuxia angered the Netherworld Ghost King, even the patriarch of the Obsidian clan might not be able to save him. Wuxia's face was calm. At this time, the sound of something heavy falling into the water could be heard. Wuxia looked over and saw the golden qilin that carried Yunsheng jump into the water. Even a magical beast knew how to protect its master. How could he lose to a magical beast? Wuxia's heart skipped a beat as he swept Madame Qibai's hand away. After saying this, he turned around and jumped into the sea. Wuxia. Madame Qibai's eyes were filled with despair as she watched Wuxia disappear into the raging waves. Her voice trembled as she said, "For that woman, you're willing to give up your life." Compared to the raging waves on the surface of the sea, the bottom of the sea was much more stable. The moment Yunsheng was pulled into the sea by the tentacle, her heart calmed down when she came into contact with the bone-chilling sea water. Under the water, Yunsheng's most proficient fire magic was almost ineffective. The power of the elven hellfire was also greatly reduced. Only dark magic and water magic could be used to the best effect. Her eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. She barely had time to chant. A ripple appeared under the water as a large amount of water magic elements quickly condensed into ice swords. The ice swords pierced into the tentacle's body, and the tentacle immediately froze into a rigid ice cube. Yunsheng struck the tentacle with her magic scepter, and it split into pieces. Yunsheng took the opportunity to kick her feet and paddled a few meters in the water. However, not far away, a large number of tentacles surged over. Their target was the black box in Yunsheng's hand. Yunsheng lowered her head to look at the black box in her hand and discovered that there was actually a hole in the black box. It turned out that during the intense struggle and entry into the water, just now, the magic restriction outside the box was broken. The moment the box entered the water, a hole opened in the box. In the dim water, the hole in the black box actually emitted a dim light that resembled Willow, the wisp. At this moment, the summoning demon's hand and the immortal holy grail in Yunsheng's storage ring all started to ring. This is... Yunsheng's eyelids twitched. Could it be that this black box hid one of the 8 divine artifacts? Just as Yunsheng was deep in thought, those lingering tentacles had already closed in. The oxygen in Yunsheng's lungs was also getting less and less. A golden light rushed over, and Yunsheng saw the gold coin swimming towards her. But at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared behind Yunsheng. That hand pulled Yunsheng forcefully, and she fell into a hard arm. Yunsheng turned around and saw that Wuxia's annoying face was only inches away from her. She wanted to shake off Wuxia's hand, but his grip was very tight. Yunsheng already didn't have much strength after the fight underwater. Wuxia pulled Yunsheng and swam towards the surface. Seeing that Yunsheng was being taken away by Wuxia, the golden qilin paddled with all its might, wanting to chase after them. But at this moment, those tentacles had already wrapped around the golden qilin's limbs. A look of annoyance flashed across its golden eyes. A light flashed on the golden qilin's right arm, and the bottom of the water lit up. Chapter 992. Seeing Dollar being swallowed by the countless tentacles, Yunsheng was very anxious. After coming out of the water and taking a breath of fresh air, she shook off Wuxia and wanted to go back to the bottom of the sea to save Dollar. "Do you want to die? It's just a magical beast." Wuxia was very angry. This stupid woman, he had spent so much effort to save her, but she still wanted to die. Surrounded by so many abyss tentacles, that qilin was dead. Yunsheng had many magical beasts under her command, so what if one died? In the sea, a large number of tentacle anemones had appeared. They attacked everyone they saw, so they had to leave the sea area as soon as possible. Dollar is not an ordinary magical beast. Yunsheng's face was red with anger. Wuxia was startled. Yunsheng was also shocked when she heard this. It turned out that unknowingly, in her heart, Dollar was not just a magical beast. Just now it must have been very sad to throw Dollar away. Yunsheng's face was pale. Her black hair stuck to her face, and her body trembled slightly. "Tisk, so annoying. You stay up here, I'll go down." Dugashio refused to let Yunsheng go down. He gritted his teeth and prepared to go back again to save that magical beast. He really owed this woman in his previous life. Not only did he have to care about her life and death, but he also had to care about her magical beast. He was about to become a nanny. Under the sea, there was a terrible fluctuation, and countless waves gushed out from the bottom of the sea. It felt as if there was a big explosion at the bottom of the sea. Blood instantly dyed the sea area red, and tentacles floated out of the water. The cut of each tentacle was neat and uniform, as if it was split open by a sharp blade. Dugashio's face suddenly changed. Could it be that the magical beast was actually? Just as Dugashio was pondering, a golden light rushed out of the sea like an arrow. A golden qilin, rippling with water, swept past Dugashio with a whoosh. Dugashio was hit by the airflow and was knocked back dozens of meters. It was not easy for him to stabilize his body. On the other hand, Yunsheng had already landed steadily on the back of the qilin. "Dollar, are you okay?" The ecstasy of regaining what she had lost made Yunsheng lose control. She could not help but hug Dollar and kiss him on the neck. Feeling the softness on his neck, the golden qilin under him stiffened, and a suspicious blush appeared on his face. Dugashio's expression turned even worse. Was he seeing things? That magical beast was actually so intimate with Yunsheng. Looking at Yunsheng's expression just now, he had never seen such a happy expression on Yunsheng's face. A large number of anemone abyssalis tentacles were floating around him. Dugashio casually picked one up and tugged at it. He discovered that the tenacity of the tentacle sunflower was very high. Ordinary blades and battle chi were unable to cut it. How did this magical beast kill so many tentacle helianthus in an instant? This qilin wasn't simple. Because of Dollar's fight, the tentacle sunflowers had obviously been severely damaged. The sea surface, which was originally surging with angry waves, had quieted down a lot. 2 people and 1 beast, one sinking and one floating on the sea surface. At this time there was a shout in the sky. The empty ship of later Qin slowly descended. After discovering Dugashio's figure, Madame Qi Bai hurriedly ordered people to save him. Although he was extremely unwilling to save Yunsheng, as soon as Dugashio boarded the ship, he ordered Madame Qi Bai to save Yunsheng, and the golden qilin as well. "The seawater is wet and cold. Wipe him first." Madame Qi Bai glared at Yunsheng, and diligently took a blanket to wipe Dugashio. Although Yunsheng had disguised herself, Madame Qi Bai knew that this Prince Regent of Zhou State was Yunsheng in disguise, just by looking at Dugashio's disregard for her. After Dugashio took the blanket, he handed it to Yunsheng without saying a word. Yunsheng hesitated for a moment, but still took the blanket. Dugashio was delighted. However, the golden qilin's expression wasn't very good. It stared at Dugashio with hostility, unwilling to let him even half a step closer to Yunsheng. After Yunsheng took the blanket, she didn't immediately wipe the water off her body. Instead, she gently wiped Dollar. As she wiped, she said, "Dollar, those tentacles didn't hurt you, did they?" Dugashio's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glanced at his left arm. Just now, he had accidentally been stung by the tentacle sunflowers. The dissatisfaction in the golden qilin's eyes was immediately replaced by arrogance. It raised its head with a look of enjoyment. In its throat it growled a few times. Its golden eyes seemed to glance at Dugashio a few times. Its small eyes seemed to be saying, "What, do you have this kind of treatment?" Dugashio was already full of anger after being hit by the golden qilin earlier. Now that he was provoked like this, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. He turned around and went into the cabin to change his clothes. If it weren't for Yunsheng's presence, he would definitely fight the golden qilin to the death. Moreover, with a man's intuition, it wasn't difficult for Dugashio to discover that this golden qilin was very hostile towards him. That gaze and that arrogant look just now made Dugashio really suspect that it was just a magical beast. "Yunsheng, you shameless person. You're already married, but you still go around seducing other people's men," Madame Qi Bai said viciously while Dugashio wasn't around. "Madame Qi Bai, please understand that it was your man who came to provoke me. If you're worried, you can find a chain to tie him up. I guarantee that he won't be able to escape for the rest of his life. Yinxing sneered. You actually dare to insult His Majesty. Do you believe that I won't tell everyone that you're impersonating the regent of Great Zhou? Ji Rumo of Penglai of Gojoseon invited the emperors and prince regent of several large countries to Penglai to discuss important matters. Yin Sheng must have come impersonating the prince regent for another purpose. Chibai, I advise you to be smart. Our identities are very awkward. Your and Duguxiu's identities aren't much better. Yin Sheng retorted sarcastically. What she meant was that Madame Chibai and Duguxiu both had Bahuang bloodlines. When Madame Chibai heard this, she was speechless. At this time, cries for help could be heard from the sea. On the sea, a passenger who had survived the disaster was lying on the wreckage of the flying dragon ship, calling for help from the empty ship. Yin Sheng recognized that the person was the magical beast merchant Chang Wei, who had been thrown out by Jin Bai in Class A earlier. I know that person. Save him, Yin Sheng said in an indifferent tone. Do you think I'll save him just because you say so? This is a later Qin empty ship. I won't save him. Madame Chibai wanted to throw Yin Sheng off the ship. Duguxiu walked out of the ship's cabin. He had already changed into dry clothes. After hearing Yin Sheng and Madame Chibai's words, Duguxiu only said one sentence in a deep voice, save him. While Duguxiu and the others were saving the magical beast merchant Chang Wei, on the sea, several summoners were searching for Yin Sheng and the whereabouts of the black box. Chapter 993. The magical beast merchant Chang Wei trembled as he was rescued onto the empty ship. He had been a magical beast merchant for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a critical situation. As soon as he got on the ship, he heard that it was Yin Sheng who had ordered to save him. He was very touched. Gongzi. No, I should call you Prince Regent. Thank you for saving me. He grabbed Yin Sheng's hand and wiped away his snot and tears. However, two cold gazes made him feel a chill down his spine. Chang Wei stole a glance. One of the gazes belonged to the black-faced later Qin Emperor Duguxiu, and the other one, needless to say, was the golden Qilin who almost made him lose half his life earlier. What was wrong with this person and beast? It was as if he owed them millions of dollars. Chang Wei could only let go of Yin Sheng's hand in embarrassment. Yin Sheng was not a saint. If she wanted to save Chang Wei, it would not be because the two of them had met once. She saved Chang Wei because she wanted to ask about this sea area, as well as about the flying dragon ship and the black box on her. Chang Wei was the only native of Penglai on the empty ship of later Qin. Chang Wei, let me ask you, is the magical plant in the sea a native plant of Penglai? Yin Sheng had fought with the tentacle sunflower earlier. That kind of tentacle sunflower seemed to be very immune to magic. It was also very difficult for ordinary weapons to hurt them. It was certain that this was a kind of underwater plant with an extremely amazing reproductive ability. No. I, Chang Wei, can guarantee that this kind of monster has never appeared here before. This sea area was very calm before today. It's too tragic. It's really too tragic. Chang Wei was still a little stuttering at this moment. The sky had gradually darkened. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the sea had temporarily returned to its calm state. The broken wreckage of the flying dragon ship could still be seen. A large number of corpses of passengers were scattered everywhere like colorful garbage. Other than Chang Wei, no other survivors were found on the empty ship. How much do you know about the flying dragon ship? The black box was still lying quietly in Yin Sheng's arms. Within the beast's speech ring, the resonance of the divine weapons had already stopped. Yin Sheng was sure that the item in the black box must be one of the 8 barren divine artifacts. However, she didn't have the chance to check which one it was. Long Xiang is an empty ship under the Penglai Pavilion, the largest dock in Penglai. Since Penglai of Gojoseon took over Penglai, it has been developing very well. The empty ship picks up passengers and various goods. In the past 10 years, there has not been a single shipwreck. Chang Wei really understands the situation in Penglai. It was also because it belonged to the Penglai Pavilion that it could be said to be an empty ship operated by the royal family. That was why magical beast merchants like Chang Wei could ride it without worry. If it belonged to the Penglai of Gojoseon, then did the black box belong to Penglai of Gojoseon, or the Zhao state? Yin Sheng was deep in thought. Your Majesty, there are a few summoners in front of us. They said that His Highness the Regent of Great Zhou stole something from them. The soldier in charge of the lookout reported to Duguxiu. Several summoners appeared in midair. Together with the summoners, there were a few magical beasts between level 7 and 8. A black mass of them entered the later Qin's empty ship. Judging from the clothes of the two people in the lead, they were of high ranks in the Zhao state. One of them was the 7th summoner who had fought with Yin Sheng earlier. The other one was the Zhao state summoner, who Yin Sheng had never seen before. The 7th summoner was still injured. This time, he disguised himself as the captain of the flying dragon ship, and was responsible for escorting the black box with a group of summoners from the Zhao state. Although they did not know what was in the black box, the Zhao state had sent all the elites to escort the black box. The 7th summoner was safe and sound all the way. He thought that the mission would be completed soon after entering the Penglai Sea. Who would have thought that he would be ambushed by Anemone Abyssalis on the way? Then, he encountered the sinister regent of Great Zhou. His magical beast with sacred patterns was killed, and he almost died in the Penglai Sea. Fortunately, the 2nd summoner, who was waiting at the port of Penglai, saw that the flying dragon ship had not arrived after an hour had passed. He went out to sea to look for help and saved the 7th summoner, who was dying. In order to cover up his mistake, the 7th summoner insisted that the regent of Great Zhou stabbed him in the back and stole the black box. The 2nd summoner had received an order from the Emperor Zhao in red that the black box was related to the fate of the boundless land. He must bring it back. Therefore, he and the 7th summoner searched for the regent of Great Zhou and the black box along the coast. Who would have thought that they would discover the whereabouts of the regent of Great Zhou on a later Qin ship? Yi Baiming, hand over the black box. The 7th summoner was in a sorry state. On the other hand, Yin Sheng was not even scratched, let alone injured. He was furious just looking at her. How dare you? The Zhao state is too presumptuous. Who allowed you to behave so atrociously on my ship? Since you are on my ship, you are one of my people. If you want to take her away, you have to ask me first. Duguxiu's expression turned cold. The people of the Zhao state were indeed arrogant. They completely ignored his existence. As Duguxiu shouted, he released his battle chi without holding back. In the past 3 years, Duguxiu's cultivation had improved greatly. His martial emperor aura was like a black cloud pressing down on the 7th summoner. The 7th summoner was seriously injured. He immediately lost his balance and staggered, almost falling from the sky. Luckily, the 2nd summoner was fast enough to grab the 7th summoner's robe. However, he had already lost all face. Later Qin, when Duguxiu was still the crown prince, he was already famous for his cold-blooded cruelty. After he became the later Qin emperor, although he had restrained himself a little in the past few years, his aura was like that of a tiger and wolf. Before he even made a move, it was already enough to make people tremble in fear. However, what surprised the 2nd summoner was that the regent of Great Zhou, who was rumored to be like fire and water, and the later Qin emperor Duguxiu, were actually on the same boat. Furthermore, from Duguxiu's words, it was clear that he was on the same boat as the regent of Great Zhou. Could it be that the rumors outside were all false? Didn't they say that because of a woman, the later Qin emperor, and the regent of Great Zhou? The 2nd summoner raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered that the woman who caused the regent of Great Zhou and the later Qin emperor to go to war with each other was now in the Zhao state's water prison. These two people appeared together in Penglai. Could it be that they knew something? The 2nd summoner had some misgivings in his heart. He wondered if he should tell the Emperor Zhao about this earlier. Otherwise, if the news reached Penglai of Gojoseon's ears, it would be bad. In fact, whether it was the woman in the water prison or the black box on the flying dragon, Penglai of Gojoseon didn't know about it beforehand. In the past few years, the relationship between Penglai of Gojoseon and Emperor Zhao had become increasingly tense. The 2nd summoner didn't know how to explain to Penglai of Gojoseon after the flying dragon crashed. The second summoner didn't dare to go head-to-head with Wuxia. On the later Qin's empty ship, the two men who stood as straight as javelins were young emperors, who could change the weather of the boundless continent with just a stomp of their feet. However, the black box was also a very important item. He had to get it back. Chapter 994. In order not to alarm the Penglai of Gojoseon, the second summoner didn't bring too many people with him before he set off. The seventh summoner's demonic beast had been killed, so he was half crippled. The second summoner obviously had no chance of winning against two martial emperors. The second summoner was much smarter than the seventh summoner. He knew that he couldn't fight them head-on, so he immediately put on a smile. Your Majesty Dugu, that's not what I meant. It's just that the Prince Regent took something that Emperor Zhao spent a lot of effort to find. If he loses it, Emperor Zhao won't let it go. Why don't the Prince Regent hand it over, and the seventh summoner, and I will pretend that nothing happened. The second summoner tried to persuade the seventh summoner. How can that be? That guy killed my sacred beast. The seventh summoner wanted the second summoner to stand up for him, but he didn't expect the second summoner to just say that nothing happened. Shut up. Don't you think that this matter isn't big enough? The second summoner said in an exasperated tone. Emperor Zhao's things? Wuxia glanced at Yunsheng suspiciously. So what if it's Emperor Zhao? I'm the Great Zhou state. The country is rich and the people are strong. I'm the regent of Great Zhou. Do I look like the kind of person who would steal other people's things? Yunsheng's expression was calm, and she didn't blush at all. Her tone and gaze made it seem like the matter of Xiaohei's box had nothing to do with her. Madame Qibai mocked in her heart. Keep pretending. You're the one who took it. Wuxia coughed in a low voice. Based on his understanding of Yunsheng was really the kind of person who would steal other people's things. Wuxia had fought with her several times. He didn't know how strong Yunsheng really was, but there was no doubt that she was cunning. Just based on her tone, Wuxia could conclude that Yunsheng took something from the Zhao state. Forget it, what's done is done. The Emperor Zhao in red, so what? If she wanted it, then so be it. Wuxia retracted his gaze with an indifferent look on his face. Did the two of you hear that clearly? When the second and seventh judges heard this, they became even angrier. Prince Regent, you are clearly robbing us. There's no need to make it sound so unpleasant. Forget it, it's just a black box. This prince doesn't want it. After Yunsheng finished speaking, he really took out a small black box from his bosom and waved it in his hand. Wuxia and Madame Qibai looked over. The black box looked very ordinary. The second judge was about to take it, but was stopped by the seventh judge. Second judge, it's better to be careful. That person is very cunning. I was plotted against by him before. The seventh judge was also frightened. He looked around and confirmed that there were no traces of Anemone abyssalis nearby. However, he still didn't give up. Earlier, he clearly saw that after the regent of Great Zhou threw the box out, the Anemone abyssalis couldn't move at all. It was as if someone had tampered with the black box. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Since you don't dare to take it, this prince also doesn't want to get into trouble. I'll just throw this box away. Yunsheng sneered. He waved his hand, and really threw the black box overboard. The small black box turned into a black dot, and was thrown into the vast sea. If such a small thing really fell into the sea, it would be very difficult to salvage it. The second judge didn't dare to hesitate. In a flash, he was about to snatch the black box. Wuxia was astonished. With Yunsheng's personality, how could she hand over what she had obtained so easily? Just as the second judge's fingers were about to touch the black box, a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment the black box suddenly exploded. Then something rolled out from inside. Everyone present was a top-notch expert on the mainland. With just a glance, everyone clearly saw what was inside. The item that the Zhao state and the regent of Great Zhou were fighting over was a bronze key. Yunsheng, the golden qilin, and Wuxia all recognized the key at the same time. The Netherworld Ghost Key. The three of them had caught a glimpse of one of the 8 Wastelands divine artifacts in the ruins of Taiyuan 500 years ago. It was the Netherworld Ghost Key that could summon the Netherworld Ghost King. There was another saying about the Netherworld Ghost Key. Every time the owner of the Netherworld Ghost Key used it to summon the Netherworld Ghost King, the Netherworld Ghost Key would disappear. No one would know where the Netherworld Ghost Key went until the next time the Netherworld Ghost Key appeared in front of the world. It would wait for someone to summon the Netherworld Ghost King again. Just like its name, the Netherworld Ghost Key came and went without a trace. Who would have thought that what the Emperor Zhao in red was searching for was the Netherworld Ghost Key? When the Netherworld Ghost Key fell, it emitted a strange light. The second judge finally managed to snatch the Netherworld Ghost Key. After obtaining the key, the second judge's expression relaxed. He even forgot that he was about to fall into the water. Yin Sheng's pupils constricted. She said softly, "It's coming." Gah! Bubbles kept popping up on the originally calm sea surface. The piercing scream caused the second judge's mind to go blank. He lost control of his body and rushed towards the sea surface. Something emerged from the bottom of the sea. When the second judge realized that something was wrong, he struggled and waved his magic scepter. He used a wind elemental spell to stabilize his body. When he saw the thing that came out of the water, the second judge was shocked. He wanted to run, but it was too late. Like a volcano erupting, water arrows shot out from the bottom of the sea and stirred up waves that were dozens of meters high. A mountain-like shadow emerged from the depths of the sea. It was a terrifying magic plant that looked like an octopus, but was not an octopus. It was full of tentacles. Anemone abyssalis. There were thousands of tentacles on its body. The most shocking thing was that when the Anemone abyssalis made an unpleasant sound like a duck, small tentacle flowers would appear on the surface of the water. The surface of the sea was soon filled with tentacle flowers of different sizes. There were so many of them that it made one's scalp tingle with fear. It was the King Anemone tentacle that had the ability to summon. Gah! There was another ear-piercing chirp. Like soldiers who had received a general's command, the tentacles of the abyss tentacle sunflowers of various sizes shot out at the same time, shooting towards the second lord as if throwing countless javelins. The second judge wanted to resist, but he found that he couldn't move at all. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of holes appeared on the second judge's body. His eyes were wide open until he died, and he still held the Netherworld Ghost Key tightly in his hand. The second judge was sucked dry and turned into a bag of skin. The Netherworld Ghost Key fell. Anemone abyssalis loosened its tentacles and was about to grab the key. It was obvious that the sea anemone had appeared for the Netherworld Ghost Key. But at this moment, a pink shadow pounced in front of Anemone abyssalis and grabbed the key tightly. Then it flapped its wings and rushed into the sky like a whirlwind. Everyone looked and saw that it was a pink fluffball-like magic beast that had snatched the Netherworld Ghost Key. Chapter 995. The Explosion of the Black Box, King Anemone abyssalis that rushed out of the water, and the sudden appearance of baby sheep. Everything was too much for him to handle. Why did that venomous tongue beast suddenly appear here? Only then did Duguxiu remember that baby sheep, who had always been inseparable from Yin Sheng, had disappeared for a long time. After connecting the dots, Duguxiu suddenly understood. No wonder Yin Sheng was so calm from the beginning. That woman had actually planned this all along. She had probably even calculated that the second summoner would be killed by Anemone abyssalis. Duguxiu could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. Even he had unknowingly fallen into her trap. Just now, he had almost snatched the Netherworld Ghost Key. Duguxiu was absent-minded for a moment. He asked himself in his heart, what kind of person is Yin Sheng? A moment ago, she was still willing to disregard her own safety for a magical beast. But in the next moment, she was so astute that it made people tremble in fear. Without shedding a drop of blood, she borrowed a knife to kill the second summoner. Even if the Zhao state investigated afterwards, she could still evade all responsibility. This woman or Huiyu, who was the real her? Even if he spent his whole life, he would not be able to figure it out. However, it was also because she was so unpredictable that he was attracted to her. Duguxiu's sudden realization fell into the eyes of the golden Qilin Yi Baiming. The other party only sneered in his heart. Dugashio, Dugashio. You will never be able to understand this little wild cat. Yi Baiming also did not understand some of Yin Sheng's actions. Yin Sheng was different from any other woman he knew, but Yi Baiming did not mind. He liked this kind of Yin Sheng. If she was willing to do it, he would let her do it. He would help her do it. Who asked her to be the woman he liked? Baby sheep, the key is in my hand. My dear master, please praise and caress me. Baby sheep was very proud of getting the Netherworld Ghost's key. Earlier, when the flying dragon ship was swept into the sea, Baby sheep was looking for its master in the sea. It was careless and lost its way again. Coincidentally, when it got lost this time, it accidentally discovered the multi-legged monster lurking at the bottom of the sea. At this time, Yin Sheng also sensed Popping Sheep. Popping Sheep told Yin Sheng about the tentacle monster. Yin Sheng had long been puzzled. The magic waterfall that trapped the flying dragon ship was definitely not a magic restriction that could be formed by ordinary tentacle sunflowers. Therefore, she suspected that there was an even more powerful tentacle helianthus hidden in the Prunglai Sea. That tentacle helianthus might even be a king-level existence. And its target was the black box that the Zao state had worked so hard to transport back to the Zao state. Yin Sheng believed that although the seventh summoner had been tricked by her once, he would never give up. He would definitely bring his accomplices to ambush her again. Under the premise that she could not directly expose her summoner's strength, Yin Sheng wanted to defeat the enemy and successfully snatch the Netherworld Ghost's key. King Anemone Abyssalis was a good thing that she could directly use. Baby sheep also happened to find the location of King Anemone Abyssalis. Yin Sheng found that the location of King Anemone was within the active area of Later Qin's spaceship. Earlier, because some of the King Anemone tentacles were injured by the Golden Kylan, the King Anemone tentacle temporarily lay dormant at the bottom of the sea to recuperate. Yin Sheng used the time when she rescued Changwei to let the Later Qin's spaceship approach the location of King Anemone. At this time, the people of the Zao state rushed over. Everything that happened next was very smooth. The moment Baby Sheep snatched the Netherworld Ghost's key, King Anemone Abyssalis flew into a rage. Its tentacles, which were amazingly flexible, suddenly rushed toward Baby Sheep like an arrow, trying to snatch back the Netherworld Ghost's key. Hundreds of meters in the air, King Anemone Abyssalis' tentacles stretched out like lightning. But just as the tentacles were about to reach Baby Sheep, King Anemone Tentacle seemed to have suddenly discovered something. Ga! There was another ear-piercing sound. King Anemone tentacles retracted, as if they were burned by fire. It seemed that it was very afraid of Baby Sheep, and did not dare to snatch the Netherworld Ghost's key again. Hey! Many-legged monster, look carefully. Isn't it from the underworld? Why did it come to the human world? It must be the world deity of the underworld. That dead fish-eyed man neglected his duty. Baby Sheep widened its black eyes and stared at Abyss King Anemone. It was still afraid that it could not see clearly. Without any fear, it flew to King Anemone's side and looked left and right. The more it looked at Baby Sheep, the more it realized that something was wrong. This King Anemone was not from the boundless land. The reaction of the Sea Anemone King, which was equivalent to a king-level magical beast, was also very subtle. Its tentacles shrunk tightly, and it even let out a frightened sound. King Anemone already possessed a human-like consciousness. It originally lived in the underworld, but due to a freak combination of factors, it fell to the boundless land in the human world. It had been hiding in the depths of the Prunglai Sea for more than 5,000 years. For many years, it had been trying to find a way to return to the underworld. Finally, it felt a mysterious force that could lead to the underworld. It was the Netherworld Ghost's key that the seventh summoner and the others were in charge of escorting on the flying dragon. The Sea Anemone King's intuition, as a demonic plant king, knew that the key was most likely an opportunity for it to return to the underworld. That was why it had chased after the flying dragon ship with all its might in order to retrieve the key. But just as it was about to get the Netherworld Ghost's key, this unknown magical beast appeared. The Sea Anemone King didn't care about a magic beast that had neither magic nor battle skills. Just as he was about to insta-kill it, The sea anemone king suddenly discovered that this pink magic beast, there was an extremely familiar, yet terrifying aura coming from this magical beast. In King Anemone's consciousness, a handsome man dressed in blood-red clothes appeared. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were red, his hands were as white as snow, and he had a pair of black wings on his back. He was holding a blood scythe that could split the moon in half. The man's smile was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. King Anemone shuddered. In the underworld, the Netherworld Ghost King was undoubtedly a powerful expert. Thousands of magical beasts would avoid him. But other than the Netherworld Ghost King, there was another person who was not inferior to the Netherworld Ghost King in terms of strength. That was the underworld deity. This pink magical beast's aura was actually similar to the underworld deities. Even if it was given another 10,000 years of cultivation, it would not dare to provoke the companions of the underworld deity. Seeing that King Anemone did not dare to attack Bobo, Yunxing felt that it was strange. But in the current situation, she did not have the time to care so much. Food should be eaten one bite at a time. Killing people should be done one by one. With the Netherworld Ghost Key in hand, it was time to deal with those people from the Zao state. Yunsheng's lips curled up. Her dark red lips were like cherry blossoms, suddenly revealing a heart-palpitating smile. This article was updated 4 times a day. Basically, it would be finished before 9 p.m. If there were any more updates, it would be notified separately. It was nearing the end of the year, so students and workers should not stay up late to wait for it. Recently, I've been thinking about whether to couple Bobo and the sheep. Chapter 996. When the Netherworld Ghost Key was stolen, King Anemone didn't kill Mr. Bobo, who had stolen the key. Instead, he cowered and didn't dare to attack. This scene terrified the group of summoners. They looked at baby sheep as though they had seen a ghost. Needless to say, they went forward to snatch the Netherworld Ghost Key from baby sheep's hands. When the second summoner was killed, the 7th summoner and the other Zao State summoners were also shocked. The 7th summoner pointed at Yunsheng. You, aren't you afraid of the Zao State's revenge? Revenge? You'll have to be alive to talk about it. Yunsheng's eyes turned cold. The 2 summoners' lives were just an appetizer. A pair of wind wings appeared behind her, and she raised her magic scepter. In the clear sky, a bolt of lightning struck, and several black dark heavenly thorns pierced through the sky like tree roots, shooting toward the 7th Lord. The 7th summoner was disheartened. He thought that he wouldn't be able to escape death today. But it was too late. In the void, a figure appeared out of thin air, and suddenly appeared beside the 7th summoner. The man wearing a jade mask moved his lips like a ghost. On the surface of the sea, water vapor condensed and a water shield met the dark heavenly thorns. It was a simple water shield, but it collided with the dark heavenly thorns. The dark magic power and the gentle water power cancelled each other out. The water shield shattered, and the dark heavenly thorns disappeared. In the mainland's magic world, it had always been believed that the higher the level of magic, the more powerful the magic would be. For example, when a low-level magic met a high-level magic, it would lose without a doubt. Before this, Yunsheng had also thought so. But today, after meeting the jade-faced man, she realized that her understanding of magic was completely wrong. Mages who had comprehended magic to the highest level had already reached an astonishing level of simplification. Even the most common water shield was enough to contend against high-level, or even super magic. The dark heavenly thorn was a new dark magic that Yunsheng had comprehended for 3 years, after absorbing a part of Yi Baiming's magic soul. Its power was extraordinary. That jade-faced man actually used the simplest water shield to exhaust the power of the dark heavenly thorn. One could imagine his cultivation. Yunsheng felt a chill in her heart. The 7th summoner managed to keep his life. When he saw who it was, he cried out, "My king, His Majesty Penglai of Gojoseon." Based on the 7th Lord's tone, he seemed to be more frightened than happy to see Penglai of Gojoseon. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and even his teeth began to chatter. Even when facing Anemone Abyssalis, the 7th summoner had not been so afraid. This tall and slender man with a jade-like face was the second wall of the boundless continent, the Prince Regent of Penglai, Ji Rumo. Penglai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo. Seventh Summoner, so you still have me as your king in your heart. Ji Rumo's voice sounded very gentle, like a gentle sea breeze on a summer's day. However, every word he said was chilling to the seventh summoner's ears. My king thing. The thing that belonged to the Zao state was snatched away by that magical beast. The seventh summoner could not even complete his sentence. One could imagine how much he feared this Penglai of Gojoseon. This also made Yun Sheng and the others even more curious about Penglai of Gojoseon. Penglai of Gojoseon was wearing a mask, so one could not see his exact appearance. However, if the rumors were correct, he should have been a handsome man. His mask outlined a perfect side profile. Unfortunately, under the jade mask, there was already an incomplete face. But even so, Ji Rumo's voice alone was enough to mesmerize thousands of young girls on the continent. Ji Rumo had finally arrived. Duguxio was not surprised by Ji Rumo's sudden appearance. On the contrary, Duguxio was a little surprised that Ji Rumo had only arrived now. He had sent a messenger falcon to the Penglai pavilion. Logically speaking, he should have arrived yesterday. Your Majesty Dugu, Your Highness Prince Regent, greetings. Rumo is very sorry to have frightened the two of you in the Penglai Sea. Ji Rumo nodded at the people on the empty ship. When his gaze landed on Yun Sheng, he paused imperceptibly. Yun Sheng could not help but feel nervous. She secretly thought that Yi Baiming had never met Ji Rumo. It was impossible for him to recognize her. Ji Rumo quickly withdrew his gaze. Yun Sheng and Duguxio did not notice that when Ji Rumo withdrew his gaze, his jade-like slender fingers hidden under his royal robe could not help but clench tightly into a ball. It's her. Layers of ripples appeared in his heart. Thanks to the jade mask on his face, Ji Rumo's loss of self-control was well concealed. Little guy, you took something you shouldn't have. As soon as Ji Rumo appeared, Bobo Sheep secretly prepared to sneak to his master's side. However, Bobo Sheep's plot was seen through by Ji Rumo at a glance. He raised his hand, and a ball of purple lightning appeared in his hand, making crackling sounds. The ball of lightning contained a large amount of white light. Ji Rumo raised his hand, and a ball of purple and white magic light wrapped around Bobo Sheep, forming a small cage. Bobo Sheep was stunned. He felt a numbing current rush into his body. He could not flap his wings, and even flying was difficult. What the hell was this? It actually couldn't escape. Ji Rumo closed his fingers, and the ball of purple and white magic light returned to his hand. He held the ball of light in his hand, as if he was playing with a handball. Bobo, my dear master, quickly save Bobo Sheep. Bobo Sheep was furious. This tattered masked man had actually imprisoned him. He wanted to escape and kill him, but he did not have the strength. Yun Sheng was also shocked. Bobo Sheep, who was almost immune to all magic barriers, could not do anything to that ball of purple and white magic light. It seemed to be a kind of profound magic similar to Yun Sheng's profound magic, the lightning vortex. Penglai of Gojoseon Ji Rumo was indeed not simple. Penglai of Gojoseon, that is my magical beast. Can you return it to me? Yun Sheng did not want to have a direct confrontation with Penglai of Gojoseon. It was a pity that the Netherworld Ghost Key had flown away. This man was too strange, and his strength was unpredictable. Before she could figure out his strength, Yun Sheng did not want to fight with him. Moreover, this time, she came to find the whereabouts of her mother and father. It seemed that Ji Rumo and the Zao state were not jackals of the same tribe. Perhaps she would need his help. Prince Regent's magical beast is very special. I can return it to you, but I can't give the thing in its hand to the Prince Regent. Please forgive me. Rumo will host a banquet tomorrow to welcome the Prince Regent and your magical beast. Ji Rumo laughed loudly. After taking the Netherworld Ghost Key, he threw Bobo Sheep to Yun Sheng. He then threw it, but the strength he used was quite ingenious. That ball of purple and white magic light collapsed in front of Yun Sheng, and Bobo Sheep fell into Yun Sheng's arms, begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 997. Bobo Tu Yen Masked Man. Bobo Yang looked like he was about to cry. Now you know that there is always someone better than you out there. Yunxing scratched Bo Yang's soft fur. Bo Yang was used to being arrogant since he was young. Letting him experience a setback would be good for his growth. As for the Netherworld Ghost Key, she could only think of another way. While Yunxing was comforting Bo Yang, she was secretly surprised. Peng Lai of Gojoseon didn't seem to have any hostility towards her. From his tone, he seemed to be very friendly. Yunxing also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him. Could it be that they had met somewhere before? But Yunxing had never been to Peng Lai, let alone have any dealings with the royal family of Peng Lai. So where did this sense of familiarity come from? When the Seventh Lord saw that the Netherworld Ghost Key was back, he was secretly delighted. He said recklessly, "Peng Lai of Gojoseon, the Emperor Zhao asked me to escort this key. You see, Seventh Lord, you and the Second Lord secretly used the Flying Dragon to transport the Netherworld Ghost Key behind my back. Do you know that the evil aura on the Netherworld Ghost Key will attract a large number of dark monsters? More than 1,000 lives on the Flying Dragon. I will settle accounts with you when I get back." Ji Rumo's voice was cold. When the Seventh Lord heard this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Peng Lai of Gojoseon had made it clear that he was going to settle accounts with you. In other words, not only was he going to hold the Seventh Lord responsible, but he was also going to settle accounts with Emperor Zhao. Peng Lai of Gojoseon was Peng Lai of Gojoseon. Even in front of Emperor Zhao, he was not willing to back down. The Seventh Lord's face became even uglier. After saying that, a sharp light flashed in Jiru's amber eyes under her black jade-like face. "Your Majesty Rumo, please move your airship. Rumo wants to clean up these uninvited guests in the sea." Ji Rumo decided the fate of those abyss tentacle monsters as he spoke. Dugashio wanted to see how Peng Lai of Gojoseon would deal with the abyss tentacle monster. As soon as the Netherworld Ghost Key left Popping Sheep's hand, the King Anemone Tentacle in the sea had already sensed it. King Anemone Tentacle wasn't that polite to the masked man in the sky. The tentacles were like countless lightning bolts, and the King Anemone Tentacle's tentacles pierced towards Peng Lai of Gojoseon's chest. As soon as the tentacles arrived, Peng Lai of Gojoseon's shadow flashed, and he was already thousands of meters high in the sky. He raised his hand, and small speedboats appeared on the surface of the sea. There were hundreds of speedboats, and they surrounded King Anemone Abyssalis in all directions. Wind magicians speed up. Earth magicians attack. Hundreds of magic scepters flashing with yellow and green light were aimed at the tentacle sunflower on the sea. In an instant, countless rays of magic light surged toward the abyssal tentacle sunflower king like a rising tide. King Anemone Tentacle commanded the Anemone Abyssalis to fight with the ships. Its tentacles were like countless whips, wildly waving and attacking Peng Lai of Gojoseon. Peng Lai of Gojoseon's body movements could no longer be seen with the naked eye. In the sky, countless tentacles turned into black shadows and chased after the unusually agile purple shadow. Suddenly, the purple figure dove down at a low altitude, and purple and white lightning arcs appeared in his hands again. However, this time the arcs of light didn't condense into a magic light ball, but formed two purple dimensional daggers with half-moon edges. The purple dimensional daggers were like fiery wheels, cutting through the air with irresistible force. King Anemone's tentacles were cut into several pieces as soon as they touched the dimensional daggers. As if it knew the power of the purple daggers, King Anemone Abyssalis became timid and swam to the bottom of the sea. The purple shadow dived rapidly again, and in an instant, rushed to the bottom of the sea, and a huge concave surface about 10 meters wide appeared on the surface of the sea. The purple dimensional daggers slashed through, and a purple moon seemed to rise on the sea. Puff! The power of the dimensional daggers was amazing. They formed a stunning bright arc, and cut through King Anemone's head. The purple shadow kicked King Anemone's head, which had been cut in half, out of the sea. The broken tentacles rolled down like rain, and the fishy plant juice washed over the entire sea. Peng Lai of Gojoseon withdrew the purple dimensional daggers in his hand, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. Behind him, the sun rose slowly from the east, and the purple shadow floated on the sea, making people feel a chill in their hearts. King Anemone was killed, and the other abyssal anemones became insignificant. Peng Lai's magic speedboats quickly cleared the rest of the abyssal anemones, and the sea surface gradually returned to its blue color under the effect of the wind magic. After everything was cleaned up, the speedboats withdrew in an orderly manner. Peng Lai of Gojoseon had no weak soldiers under his command. In the sky, on Later Qin's empty airship, everyone was dead silent. Later Qin's emperor Duguxiu did not look very good. All along, he had thought that Yi Baiming of Zhou State was his opponent, but today, he saw that Peng Lai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo were not easy to deal with. King Anemone, who even Duguxiu found difficult to deal with, was quickly eliminated under the command of Peng Lai of Gojoseon in half an hour. If that was the case, why didn't he appear earlier? He had sacrificed the lives of more than 1,000 people on the Flying Dragon. The impact that Peng Lai of Gojoseon brought to Yun Sheng and the Golden Qilin Yi Baiming was no less than that of Duguxiu. Peng Lai of Gojoseon was able to become one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annualists. He was older than Duguxiu, Yi Baiming and the others. Of course, his strength would not be too weak. However, no one expected him to be so strong that he could perfectly kill a king-level dark magical beast in 15 minutes. It was not only Peng Lai of Gojoseon's unpredictable magic that made people apprehensive. There was also something else that made people apprehensive. Since Peng Lai of Gojoseon was born in Peng Lai, it was very likely that he had summoned beasts. If he was also a summoner, perhaps even Yun Sheng would not be his opponent. Just now, the purple weapon that Peng Lai of Gojoseon used was very special. Yun Sheng actually did not know what kind of weapon it was. It seemed to be a product that fused many kinds of magic elements. Peng Lai actually had such a master of magic hidden. Peng Lai of Gojoseon was hiding too many secrets. Yun Sheng had no choice but to treat him with caution. Peng Lai of Gojoseon landed on the empty ship of the later Qin dynasty. His voice was still as warm as before, as if the massacre just now did not affect him at all. Your Majesty Dugu, Prince Regent of Gojoseon, welcome to Peng Lai. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. However, the meaning in their eyes was completely different. Peng Lai of Gojoseon's gaze seemed to sweep past Yun Sheng. There was a strange fluctuation in his eyes. Duguxiu was on his guard. He was even more cautious about this trip to Peng Lai. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, felt that the future was unpredictable. She did not know if her search for her parents in Peng Lai would go smoothly. The empty ship moved forward slowly. In addition to the Golden Qilin Yi Baiming, who was also on the empty ship, this ship actually gathered the top experts of the younger generation of the mainland. Chapter 998. The empty boat moved forward slowly. Around sunset, an island finally appeared on the vast sea level. Peng Lai was the only sea country among the 5 major countries on the mainland. It was also the most famous island group on the mainland. After Yun Sheng traveled to the mainland for more than 10 years, she had been to the Zhou State, later Qin, Tang Yuan and later Qin. She had never been to Peng Lai. Firstly, it was because Peng Lai was the territory of the Zhou State. Yun Sheng's identity was special. Before she knew the whereabouts of her mother, she tried to avoid dealing with the Zhou State. Secondly, Peng Lai was located in the open sea. Even if it was an empty boat, it would take many days to sail. This was the first time that Yun Sheng set foot in Peng Lai. Before coming to Peng Lai, among the 4 major countries, Yun Sheng thought that immortal residence was the most beautiful. The elves were originally a race of compromise. The various construction techniques of elves and mixed-blood elves were also unparalleled in the world. However, when she saw the Peng Lai Islands scattered like a string of pearls on the blue sea, Yun Sheng changed her opinion. The sea breeze carried a moist, salty taste. Peng Lai Island sparkled under the sunlight. There were clouds and mist around it. All kinds of flying magical beasts of different shapes and breeds soared high in the sky. Peng Lai was like a beautiful woman with a veil draped over her shoulders, slowly revealing her true appearance in front of everyone. Peng Lai Island is in front of us. Peng Lai has a history of more than 1,000 years. The main island is divided into 2, namely Fire Island and Iceland. The Peng Lai Pavilion is located in Iceland, and the Zhou State is located in Fire Island. In addition to the two main islands, there are more than 60 small islands. Penglai is simple and the scenery is very good. At this time, there are still some days before the Dutian summit. If the Prince Regent doesn't mind, Rumo can take the Prince Regent to see the scenery of Penglai. The man's warm voice sounded in Yun Sheng's ears. Ji Rumo of Penglai of Gojoseon stood beside Yun Sheng. Under the jade face, the pair of amber eyes were like a jar of wine, mellow and rich, which made Yun Sheng dazed. When she remembered that this man had killed a magical plant like Anemone abyssalis by himself, Yun Sheng stopped looking down on him. Something was wrong. This man seemed to have some unusual feelings for Yun Sheng. At the side, the golden Qilin Yi Baimink's golden eyes flickered. It cast a sidelong glance at the baby sheep lying comfortably on Yun Sheng's shoulder. As soon as the latter met the golden Qilin's gaze, the two beasts communicated with each other through their eyes. A king-level magical beast soul stone to deal with that masked boy. Bobo deal. Bobo, I don't want the masked man. Bobo immediately became energetic. Anyway, it was stingy and hated Penglai of Gojoseon. Bobo rolled proudly on Yun Sheng's shoulder. Penglai of Gojoseon's face stiffened. Yun Sheng smiled faintly, and said with a bit of politeness, Penglai of Gojoseon is very busy every day. How would this king dare to disturb you? Just now, this king has promised your country's magical beast merchant, Chang Wei, that he will be the host. As for accommodation, this king will temporarily stay in the Great Zhou Embassy in Penglai. Among the 5 major countries on the mainland, except for the Immortal Abode, which did not receive envoys from other countries, the other 4 countries all had embassies in other countries as long as they were not at war. Later Qin's Duguxiu, and the others also lived in Later Qin's embassy. Yun Sheng rejected Penglai of Gojoseon. The latter's eyes darkened, and he pretended to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Lord Penglai of Gojoseon, Prince Regent saved this humble one's life. This humble one will definitely entertain him well. Chang Wei nodded and bowed at the side. Chang Wei spent a lot of effort to persuade the regent of Great Zhou. This way, he could understand the Prince Regent's 2 magical beasts at a close distance. Penglai of Gojoseon nodded and said no more. The boat gradually descended. When they were about to disembark, Yun Sheng suddenly said, Penglai of Gojoseon, have we met before? Penglai of Gojoseon paused. Just as he was about to answer, he saw a magical beast galloping towards them. On top of that magical beast sat a summoner. Your Majesty Penglai of Gojoseon, Emperor Zhao of Gojoseon invites you. The Emperor Zhao in red was looking for Penglai of Gojoseon at this time. His goal was obviously the Netherworld Ghost Key. However, he did not know if Penglai of Gojoseon would hand over the key so easily. Penglai of Gojoseon snorted coldly. The 7th Lord beside him could not help but shrink his neck. Needless to say, it was also the 7th Lord's secret. Penglai of Gojoseon hurriedly bowed and bade farewell. After he left, Duguxiu came forward. He wanted to say something, but he realized that Yun Sheng had already been pulled away by the enthusiastic Chang Wei. The 2 main islands of Penglai Island belonged to the Penglai Pavilion and the Zhao State respectively. Ordinary people on the islands could not enter without a token. The empty boat that Yun Sheng and Duguxiu took earlier landed at one of the more than 60 islands of Penglai Island. There were many water, land, and air routes between the more than 60 islands. They could communicate with each other. Chang Wei was the royal magical beast merchant of Penglai country. He had a lot of property. His mansion on Penglai Island was located on the 3rd largest island of Penglai Island. This island was also the first island with the most embassies, restaurants, and shops of other countries. Chang Wei first sent Yun Sheng to the embassy of Zhou State. That night, he also hosted a banquet to entertain Yun Sheng and the others. At night, Yun Sheng returned to the Great Zhou Embassy. After entering the room, the light of the illuminating magic array dimmed. A man in black waited outside the room for a moment. He did not leave until he heard a steady breathing sound from the room. As soon as the man in black left, Yun Sheng turned over and sat up. Sure enough, as she expected, the people in the Great Zhou Embassy of Penglai Island had been bribed by the people of Penglai Island. But she did not know who these people listened to. Was it the seemingly friendly Penglai of Gojoseon, or the Emperor Zhao in red, who had never shown up. However, one thing was for sure. Yun Sheng had used a scheme to kill the second main summoner and caused the seventh main summoner to lose his sacred rune beast. Just based on these few points, the people of the Summon Palace would definitely not let this matter rest. If the people of Zhao State wanted to come, then let them come. Yun Sheng sneered a few times. She teleported and left the embassy. Because the appearance of the gold coin was too conspicuous at night, Yun Sheng simply left it in the embassy. She flew all the way to the estuary with baby sheep. In the night, the Penglai Sea, which was rippling in the daytime, looked like a dark curtain. Penglai Island was different from other big countries. At night, there were no patrolling guards. Because there were many dangerous demon beasts between the sea and the land at night, ordinary civilians consciously did not go out at night. Baby sheep, are you sure you can still find the whereabouts of King Anemone? The purpose of Yun Sheng going out at night was to find the dark magic plant, the Abyss King Anemone, who was killed by Penglai of Gojoseon during the day. Dear Master, you must believe in baby sheep. I am sure that the monster with many legs is not dead yet, Baby Sheep said calmly. Chapter 999. Yun Sheng had her reasons for entering the Penglai Sea in the middle of the night. She was looking for the King Anemone tentacle of the dark demonic plant that had been killed by Penglai of Gojoseon. On the boundless continent, the attributes of the magical beasts were different. Some magical beasts were good at attacking, while others were good at defending. However, in terms of vitality and the harsh living conditions, the magical beasts and demonic plants of the dark element were undoubtedly the strongest. The saying "a centipede dies but never falls down" was apt to be used on the dark creatures. Ordinary magical beasts would definitely die after receiving a fatal blow from Penglai of Gojoseon. However, the Abyss King Anemone was different. Since it was a dark element creature, its vitality was astonishing. In addition, it was a demonic plant. As long as it still had one tentacle, it was equivalent to having one more chance of survival for King Anemone. As long as it could absorb a portion of energy, it would be able to survive and come back to life again. Penglai of Gojoseon did not expect this. Although he had already ordered people to salvage King Anemone's tentacle, there was still an extremely important life tentacle somewhere on the surface of the Penglai Sea. The fact that the life tentacle could revive King Anemone was just told to Yun Sheng by Baby Sheep. Baby Sheep had a poor sense of direction, but its ability to locate magical beasts was top-notch. It had seen Anemone Abyssalis once, and could accurately pinpoint its location. They soon discovered the tentacle of the sea anemone that had escaped death. It was just a tentacle that was as thick as an arm. In the sea, it could be swallowed by the seawater at any time. However, Yun Sheng could still smell a trace of vitality from the tentacle. After sensing the unfamiliar aura of baby sheep and humans, King Anemone's tentacle trembled and tried to hide. Bo, tell it to submit to me, and I will have a way to save it. Yun Sheng had the exquisite beast pagoda that all magical beasts yearned for. Coupled with the water spirit queen, it would not be difficult for her to save King Anemone Abyssalis. After a while it said, "Dear Master, it doesn't want to." The Abyssal King Anemone was no ordinary magical plant. It had lived in the deep sea for more than 5,000 years. It was an existence that was even older than the 5 major countries of the continent. It was only because it was separated from the optimal growth area of the netherworld abyss that its growth was greatly affected. Even so, it was still the undisputed king of the boundless continent's devil plants. This unknown summoner in front of it, with his lowly strength, actually wanted it to submit. Even if it was now so weak that it only had a tentacle of life left, in its consciousness, it was still a powerful king-level magical plant. A lowly summoner was not worthy of being its master. If the sea anemone queen was human, she would definitely show a look of disdain. Even if she could not communicate with the sea anemone queen, Yun Sheng could feel the sea anemone queen's contempt. There was no point in saying more. If it was not going to submit, then it was time to use force. A powerful magical wave enveloped King Anemone. King Anemone saw a withered hand reaching out from the man's sleeve. That hand did not match the man's youthful appearance. It was decayed like a mummy's hand, but it contained an infinite amount of terrifying magical power. As the black-clothed man chanted, balls of flames that resembled the sunset began to burn fiercely. Unlike ordinary flames, the flames released by the man were not afraid of the seawater at all. King Anemone suddenly felt the water in its body evaporate. It wriggled its tentacles and felt the fire burning its vitality bit by bit. King Anemone had never encountered such a terrifying fire. It seemed to be able to burn King Anemone's consciousness. If this continued, it would die. It would die in this sea. It was unwilling. It was very unwilling. It had not returned to its homeland. After 5,000 years of waiting, it finally had the chance to return home. Ba ba ba, multi-legged monster, you are so stupid. Why do you have to fight to the death? Your dear master is very powerful. Don't you want to return to the underworld? As long as you submit to my master, he will definitely think of a way to get the netherworld ghost key. At that time, you and your sunflowers can return to the netherworld abyss. By the way, the netherworld abyss is a damned place where birds don't lay eggs. This world god doesn't like it. Baba Sheep chattered. Yunxing used her elven hellfire to burn King Anemone. When she was in the Grand Emperor City, Yunxing caught a glimpse of the Emperor Yin Yan. In the past 3 years, she repeatedly recalled the scene of the Emperor Yin Yan's appearance. It actually increased the purity of her elven hellfire by a level. The current hellfire of the elves could not only burn all kinds of ores in the world, but it was also the nemesis of all nemeses to dark creatures. Coupled with the summoning demonic hand, the hellfire of the elves could completely wipe out the consciousness of the Sea Anemone King. When King Anemone heard that Yunxing had a way to let him return to the underworld, the last line of defense in his heart collapsed. He weakly expressed to Baba Sheep that he was willing to submit. In order to let King Anemone recover as soon as possible, Yunxing placed him in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. King Anemone's weak body quickly recovered under the effect of the spiritual energy in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. The tentacles that were cut off grew back again. About 2 to 3 hours later, King Anemone's true form was revealed. The Sea Anemone King, which looked like an octopus and was covered in ugly tentacles, was actually a bright-colored beautiful sea anemone that was only half the height of a person. Yunxing was speechless at the disparity between the two of them. However, after experiencing the transformation of the puffed egg into a sheep, Yunxing's ability to accept things had improved greatly. King Anemone also quickly gained the recognition of the other magical beasts in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda and became a member of Yunxing's magical beast clan. Yunxing successfully formed a contract with the Abyss King Anemone. At the same time, she also obtained all of King Anemone's memories, including a part of the memories regarding the Netherworld Ghost Key. After fusing with King Anemone's memories, Yunxing found out that the Netherworld Ghost Key had another important function. Other than summoning the Netherworld Ghost King, the Netherworld Ghost Key could also form a spatial door to find the entrances to other continents or even realms. Find the entrances to other continents or realms. What's the difference between this and Ba Sheep's talent as a world god? Yunxing originally thought that the Netherworld Ghost Key, as one of the 8 Barons' divine artifacts, would have some amazing uses. Baba, my dear master, there are still some differences. For example, even if this world god's power is restored, I can only move about in the human world. However, with the Netherworld Ghost Key, I can enter other realms and enjoy a one-time immunity. You have to know that every realm has a world god. Without the permission of the world god of this realm, I can't go to other realms without permission. Otherwise, I will be punished by my soul being unable to reincarnate. Ba Sheep stuck out its tongue. Chapter 1000. There were laws in the world, and naturally there were laws as well. There was a rule in the 3 realms. Since there was the existence of world gods, there would be so-called laws and corresponding punishments. The human realm, the underworld, and the deity realm all had their own world gods. Other than maintaining the stability of their own realm, the world gods also had to guard against intruders from other realms. However, even with such strict rules, there were still some loopholes, and that was that there would be some supreme experts in every realm. With the birth of these supreme experts, Path of the Gods, Netherworld Ghost Key, and other heaven-defying existences that broke the rules of the world gods were born. For example, Path of the Gods. Its birth meant the birth of a new god. As for the Netherworld Ghost Key, due to some unknown reason, the three world gods and the Netherworld Ghost King reached an agreement. Every person who had the Ghost Key could have one chance to travel to another realm without being punished. And compared to world gods who could only bring one person back, when the Netherworld Ghost Key was used, as long as the corresponding magic array was drawn, one could bring many people, or even an army to travel between continents or realms. When Yinsheng heard this, her heart skipped a beat. A name that she had forgotten for a long time suddenly entered her mind. That was the saintess of the celestial fox people, Wuxia. 3 years ago, Wuxia left without saying goodbye. After that, Yinsheng was depressed for a while because of Yi Baiming, and missed the best opportunity to find Wuxia. After Yinsheng recovered, she had been looking for Wuxia's whereabouts, but there was no news about Wuxia. Because of this, Yinsheng had always had a knot in her heart. Back then, she had promised Wuxia to send her back to the 8 Desolates continent, but she had no way to do so. Today, when she suddenly heard that the Netherworld Ghost Key could allow many people to travel between continents and realms, Yinsheng remembered the promise she made to Wuxia back then. With Wuxia's strength alone, it would be difficult for her to return to the 8 Desolates continent. But she did not know magic, and she was also the celestial fox people. It was too dangerous for her to stay in the boundless continent. In the past few years, Yinsheng had never given up looking for Wuxia's whereabouts. Yinsheng planned to wait until the Dutian meeting was over before she personally went to look for Wuxia. If there was a chance, she would try to snatch back the Netherworld Ghost Key and send Wuxia back. The reason why the Abyss Tentacle Monster wanted the Netherworld Ghost Key was to return to the underworld. As for the Emperor Zhao and Red's goal, it was obviously related to the Bahuang continent. This Dutian meeting had not even started, but the Netherworld Ghost Key, one of the 8 Desolates' divine instruments, had already appeared. The meeting was definitely not going to be simple. Counting the heart's bewildered lantern that she found by chance in the Taiyuan ruins more than 500 years ago, and the magical bracelet that went missing in the Taiyuan ruins, Yinsheng had seen a total of 6 8 Desolates' divine instruments. The summoning hand, the immortal holy grail, the magical bracelet, and the heart's bewildered lantern. Until now, only the destiny mirror and Donghuang Qing had yet to appear. Among them, the appearance of the Netherworld Ghost Key was directly related to the Netherworld Ghost King and the heart's bewildered lantern. The heart's bewildered lantern played a key role in curing Hu Jiuxing's memory loss. Linking the two together, the importance of the Netherworld Ghost Key was self-evident. This made Yinsheng even more frustrated. She had not successfully obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key today. She had hastily rejected Peng Lai of Gojoseon's invitation. She had been a little reckless. Earlier, the Emperor Zhao and Red had stopped Peng Lai of Gojoseon at the harbor. It must have been because of the Netherworld Ghost Key. However, she did not know if the extremely skilled Peng Lai of Gojoseon would give the Netherworld Ghost Key to the Emperor Zhao and Red. With such doubts, Yinsheng returned to the Zhou State Embassy. She decided to look for Peng Lai of Gojoseon again in the next few days, to see if she could get the Netherworld Ghost Key back. However, Yinsheng was not the only one who was concerned about the fate of the Netherworld Ghost Key. On one of the main islands of Peng Lai, Iceberg Island, in the meeting room of the Zhao State Embassy, the two authoritative figures of Peng Lai, the Emperor Zhao and Red and Peng Lai of Gojoseon, stood facing each other. Both of them were equally tall and imposing. The two figures, one red and one purple, were like two stone statues, contending with each other. Neither of them had any intention of backing down. In the meeting room, the 7th caller, who was standing, did not even dare to make a sound. It had been several hours since Peng Lai of Gojoseon had been summoned. Neither of the two authoritative figures of Peng Lai had said a word. Without receiving an order, the 7th caller did not dare to step down. He was also complaining in his heart. Very few people in the outside world knew that although Penglai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red were the two authoritative figures of Penglai, their relationship was like that of the two main islands of Penglai. They were polar opposites of ice and fire. Their relationship had always been very stiff. I am doing this for Penglai. The remnants of the Bahuang tribe have always been restless. If we have the Netherworld Ghost Key, we can invade their beast god altar and uproot them. The Emperor Zhao in red's search for the Netherworld Ghost Key this time was very secretive. Who knew that they would suddenly encounter some abyss tentacle monster? Thousands of people on the flying dragon ship had died. This matter had also made Penglai of Gojoseon very angry. This was the most troublesome thing. Even if it had fallen into the hands of any other power in the mainland, the Emperor Zhao in red was confident that he could get it back. However, if the Netherworld Ghost Key fell into the hands of Jirumo, it would be very difficult to get it back. That was why the Emperor Zhao in red had hurriedly called Jirumo over. However, looking at Jirumo's reaction, it was obvious that he did not buy it. Put away your high-sounding excuses. You can find a reason for everything that the Zhao state does. What do you plan to do with the woman in the water prison? Penglai of Gojoseon asked. He no longer had the warmth of the day. At this moment, he gave off the feeling of a knife in the middle of winter. His voice was bone-chilling and made people's souls tremble. When he first saw the face of the woman in the water prison, his breath almost froze. Fortunately, he immediately realized that the woman was not Yun Sheng. Otherwise, the biting cold on Jirumo's body became even more obvious. He knew about the celestial fox people. The Emperor Zhao in red's face became even more ugly. This matter could not be hidden from him after all. He knew that the reason why Jirumo had changed so much in the past few years was related to the woman in the water prison. That woman is the celestial fox people. I will use her as a blood sacrifice. At this time's Dutian meeting, I will announce this news. In order to avoid any more trouble, the Emperor Zhao in red decided to kill Yun Sheng in the water prison as soon as possible. So you thought that in my name, you would summon the people of the four countries? Penglai of Gojoseon Jirumo was even more angry. Not only did he know about the Netherworld Ghost Key, but he also knew about the gathering of the four countries in Penglai after the event. Although it was just a glance, Jirumo could conclude that the woman in the water prison must have something to do with Yun Sheng. If Yun Sheng knew about this, she would definitely not stand by and do nothing. How dare you talk to me in this tone? Don't forget that without me, there would be no you. The Emperor Zhao in red was very agitated. Chapter 1001. Without me, there would be no you. Every time Penglai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red got into a conflict, the Emperor Zhao in red would say this, and Penglai of Gojoseon would always compromise. The seventh caller didn't even dare to say a word. Only the most important people in the Zhao state knew about the background of Penglai of Gojoseon and Jirumo. The Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state couldn't marry. The Emperor Zhao in red was no exception. Jirumo was adopted by the Emperor Zhao in red. 20 years ago, the Emperor Zhao in red, who had just become the Emperor Zhao in red, came back from a trip. It was early in the morning that the Emperor Zhao in red heard the sound of a child crying as he passed by the Penglai Sea. At that time, the Emperor Zhao had just turned 30 years old. His temperament wasn't as unpredictable as it was in recent years. Out of curiosity, he stopped and saw a naked baby boy on the beach. Unlike other babies that had been abandoned, the baby boy didn't have any swaddling clothes or anything that could prove his identity. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had just been born. For some reason, his parents had abandoned him on the beach. However, his body was very clean. Even his umbilical cord was very clean. The lower half of the baby boy's body was submerged in the sea. Because he had choked on some seawater, he was on the verge of death. His face was purple. After the baby boy was picked up, he used his small fists to grab onto the Emperor Zhao in red's sleeves. He wouldn't let go no matter what. The Emperor Zhao in red, who had always been cold, suddenly had the idea to bring the baby boy back to the Zhao state. After the Emperor Zhao in red rescued the baby, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, The Zhao state recruited a large number of orphans and abandoned babies every year. He just casually handed the baby boy over to the Zhao state's caretaker. Soon the Emperor Zhao forgot about the baby. It wasn't until 5 years later that the Emperor Zhao in Red met him again. The Zhao state was famous for its summoners. In order to attract new blood, every 5 years, the Emperor Zhao in Red would test and select a batch of outstanding summoners from the orphans and abandoned babies. According to the Zhao state's rules, the Emperor Zhao in Red would personally reward the talented summoners who were promoted and specially trained. He would also select a few of them and accept them as his direct disciples. Among the selected Zhao state's new talents, the Emperor Zhao in Red immediately saw a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The reason why the boy attracted the Emperor Zhao in Red's attention was because he was young. The second reason was that the boy was very beautiful. The third reason was that the boy was alone. The Emperor Zhao in Red was an elegant and handsome man. However, the boy who was selected stunned him. His skin was white and tender like tofu, as if it had never been exposed to sunlight. He had long and dense eyelashes and a pair of amber eyes. Even when facing the most powerful person in the Zhao state, the Emperor Zhao in Red, the boy's expression was calm, and he didn't show any fear. However, other than his age and appearance, what made the Emperor Zhao in Red surprised was that the boy didn't have any summoned beasts beside him. The other new talents beside the boy all had summoned beasts lying beside them. They were all summoners. Since he wasn't a summoner, why was he able to stand among these new talents? Moreover, from the looks of the other new talents who were older than the boy, they seemed to be in awe of him. "What's your name?" The Emperor Zhao in Red was a little curious. "Rumo." The boy opened his mouth. His gentle voice revealed a calmness that didn't match his age. He wasn't like the others who were timid. He calmly faced the Emperor Zhao in Red. "You're not a summoner?" The Emperor Zhao in Red's question was directed at the 10th main summoner, who selected these new talents. What he meant was, since he wasn't a summoner, why was he selected? Since when did the new talents of the Zhao state start to judge people by their appearance? In Penglai, in the Zhao state, summoners had always been respected since ancient times. If he couldn't even summon a summoned beast, then he was a piece of trash. In the Zhao state, he could only be sent to the outer islands to do things. The Emperor Zhao in Red. "Did you forget that this child was the abandoned baby you picked up back then? Although he can't summon a summoned beast, he is very talented. He can learn all magic with just one look. That's why I made an exception and selected him." The 10th main summoner was afraid that the Emperor Zhao in Red would misunderstand, so he quickly explained. Rumo was picked up by the Emperor Zhao in Red, but he didn't receive any special treatment. He grew up with other orphans and babies. Babies in the Zhao state were different from babies in other places. They weren't breastfed, but were fed by magical beasts. Babies who were breastfed by magical beasts were born with the scent of magical beasts. It was easier for them to get close to magical beasts, and it was easier for them to become summoners in the future. After being fed for a few years, Rumo's appearance slowly grew. He also lost the ugly bruises he had when he was first picked up. Because of his outstanding appearance and cold personality, Rumo was bullied by other children in the Zhao state before he was 3 years old. Once, a few older boys led him to the magic beast forest behind the Zhao state that specialized in taming magical beasts. In the magic beast forest, there were some freshly caught magical beasts that were still wild. The boys originally wanted to scare Rumo, but they didn't expect that they would attract a group of level 4 tiger lion beasts. Among the boys, the oldest was only 10 years old, and he had just learned intermediate magic. After being surrounded by the tiger lion beasts, there was almost no chance of survival. However, when the summoners from the Zhao state heard the commotion and rushed over, they found that except for one boy who was dead and one who was seriously injured, the rest of the boys were safe and sound. The one who saved their lives was the youngest, Rumo. When he found the boys, Rumo was still holding the magic scepter in his hand. He was familiar with many types of magic, and he could even use an intermediate magic. As for that intermediate magic, it was something that Rumo had learned from the oldest boy, and used on the spot. It was also after that Rumo's talent was discovered, and he was selected to participate in the Zao State's rookie selection. He could learn any kind of magic in one go. If that was true, then this 5-year-old boy named Rumo could be said to be the continent's #1 genius. It didn't matter whether he knew how to summon or not. If you can learn any kind of magic in one go, then I'll test you. The Emperor Zao in red didn't believe him. He flipped his hand, and a purple and white magic thunder ball appeared on his palm. That was the Emperor Zao in red's unique magic, Thunder God's Break. The boy didn't move. You can't? Well, that's not a normal magic. The Emperor Zao in red wasn't surprised. Thunder God's Break was an esoteric magic that combined two types of magic elements. The purple and white magic light on the boy's hand was like a shooting star in the night sky, and it instantly attracted the Emperor Zao in red's attention. Chapter 1002. Hiss! The red-robed summoner king sucked in a sharp breath. The Emperor Zao in red, who wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, suddenly changed his expression. He looked at Rumo with an unfathomable gaze. Earlier, when the 10th summoner praised Rumo's talent, the Emperor Zao in red didn't believe it. Even if a 5-year-old child's talent was really amazing, it was impossible for a 5-year-old child to understand the fusion of two magical elements at once. However, he had no choice but to submit to Rumo. Although the purple and white magical light did not condense into the Thunder God's Break, this child's future was limitless to be able to form such a large-scale magical light with just a glance. The Emperor Zao in red's next move shocked everyone present in the Zao state. He picked up the boy and laughed heartily. From now on, you will follow I's surname. You will be called Rumo. Although the Emperor Zao in red had other adopted sons and daughters, before he gave the surname Rumo was the only one who was given the surname Rumo. His actions undoubtedly confirmed Rumo's position in Penglai, second only to one person, and above tens of thousands. At that time, the Emperor Zao in red was also worried about the issue of the Penglai royal family's heir. Ever since the Taiyuan crown prince's incident, Penglai had implemented the separation of religion and politics. The Zao state had always wanted to secretly control the Penglai royal family, but they couldn't be too blatant. Coincidentally, at that time, Penglai of Gojoseon's only son had unfortunately died. In the Penglai royal family, there were no more outstanding bloodlines to inherit the throne. The Emperor Zao in red secretly changed the identity of the boy, and announced to the public that the boy was Penglai of Gojoseon's bloodline. When he was born, he was blessed by an auspicious beast, and naturally became the heir to the throne of Penglai of Gojoseon. That boy became today's Penglai of Gojoseon Rumo. Rumo was very talented. His learning ability was amazing. Except for the magical beast that he couldn't summon, he knew almost all magic. The 7th summoner had never seen anyone who could learn magic as fast as Penglai of Gojoseon. For example, the move that he used to kill King Anemone on the sea was the Emperor Zao in red's famous Thunder God's Break. Only a few people who were close to the Emperor Zao in red knew that today's Emperor Zao also somewhat avoided Rumo. Although Rumo was personally promoted by the Emperor Zao, the two were not close. Maybe it was because Rumo lived in the Penglai pavilion on the side of Iceland, since he was a child. When he was still a child, his temperament was frighteningly cold. Emperor Zao would expand the power of the Zao state. In recent years, he had recruited soldiers and bought horses, and intervened in the affairs of the mainland many times. Especially in recent years, because of political differences, Rumo and Emperor Zao had several conflicts. Perhaps even the Emperor Zao in red himself did not expect that one of his unintentional actions in the past would lead to the terrible situation of Penglai today. Originally, he thought that this time, when the Emperor Zao in red brought up the past, Penglai of Gojoseon would compromise like the previous few times. However, this time, Penglai of Gojoseon did not give in. He was reprimanded, but he was still unwilling to hand over the Netherworld Ghost's key. The disaster between the human race and the Bakra orcs almost destroyed the boundless land. I will not let the boundless land fall into the abyss of suffering again. Penglai of Gojoseon rejected flatly. Rumo, do you think that I can't do anything to you? The Emperor Zao in Red's body flashed with a terrifying murderous intent. The purple and white magic power burned fiercely like flames. No one knew what Rumo's expression was like under his jade face. However, a purple and white magic power also filled the air around him. In terms of scale, the two magic powers were actually on par with each other. The two magic powers collided together, and the ground cracked rapidly. The walls shook as if they would collapse at any time. The seventh summoner was the most miserable one. He was sandwiched between the two malefic stars, and could not escape. At this moment, he was forced to kneel on the ground. He only felt that it was difficult to breathe. His body was also being hit by the two magic powers. It was as if he was being pressed between two walls. Emperor Zao, Penglai of Gojoseon, spare me. The Emperor Zao in Red did not expect Rumo's strength to improve so rapidly in the past few years. If he were to fight force with force, unless he summoned his beast directly, otherwise, this kid was still useful for now. He still needed to be present at the Dutian conference. This time he would let him go. He did not believe that he would not be able to get the Netherworld Ghost Key when the time came. Good. You're all grown up now, aren't you? You dare to challenge I? Scram back to your Penglai pavilion immediately. The Emperor Zao in Red retracted his magic power. Penglai of Gojoseon parted with him on bad terms. He waved his sleeves and left the Zao state. The Emperor Zao in Red glared at the seventh summoner. All of them were useless. In the Netherworld Ghost Key incident, he had lost his second summoner. Earlier in the Taiyuan ruins, he had lost his third summoner. The Zao state's 13 summoners had lost 2 of them in just a few days. How could the Emperor Zao in Red not feel depressed? The Emperor Zao in Red had found out about the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key by chance. He had thought that his plan was flawless. Who would have thought that he would lose both his money and his life in the end? Emperor Zao, you can't blame me for this incident. If you want to blame someone, blame the Regent of Great Zhou. That despicable person had schemed against us so many times along the way. He was the one who caused the death of the second summoner. Seeing that the Emperor Zao was about to blame him, the seventh summoner hurriedly poured all the dirty water on the Regent of Great Zhou. The seventh summoner recounted everything that had happened in the Penglai Sea, Anemone Abyssalis, and the magical beast beside the Regent of Great Zhou. You said that the Regent of Great Zhou has a magical beast that can pass through the magic waterfall? Could it be that the Regent of Great Zhou is also a summoner? The Emperor Zao in Red was a little surprised when he heard this. The magic waterfall was a type of super water magic that had very strong defensive abilities. Even if he encountered it, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to break it. A magical beast that could completely ignore the magic waterfall and pass through it freely was definitely not an ordinary magical beast. Moreover, as the Zao State's summoner, the seventh summoner had seen at least tens of thousands of magical beasts. If he couldn't identify the species of magical beast at first glance, then it definitely wasn't an ordinary magical beast. Over the years, in addition to recruiting summoners, the Zao State had also used the magical beast merchants in Penglai Sea to buy all kinds of magical beasts on the Wuxia continent. Their goal was to find new magical beasts. From what I can see, the Regent of Great Zhou is not a summoner. The summoning office of Zhou State has never recorded anything like this. That magical beast should just be a magical pet. Other than being able to pass through the magic barrier, it doesn't seem to have any other abilities. The seventh summoner remembered that the Regent of Great Zhou didn't have any summoner's mark on him, nor did he wear any summoning token. Originally, the seventh summoner wanted to tell the Emperor Zao in Red that besides the pink magical beast, there was also a golden magical beast beside the Regent of Great Zhou. However, when he thought about how that magical beast seemed to be carrying the Regent of Great Zhou, it probably wasn't a powerful magical beast. Chapter 1003. Magical beasts, especially high-level, sage-level, or king-level magical beasts, were as proud as the masters and kings of the human race. They were extremely proud and arrogant, unless they were as powerful as Emperor Zhao or Peng Lai of Gojoseon. The Prince Regent of Zhou State could not be compared to Emperor Zhao. Thinking of this, the seventh summoner did not tell Peng Lai of Gojoseon about the existence of the Golden Kylin. It seems that I have to meet the Regent of Great Zhou when I have the chance, the Emperor Zhao in red muttered to himself. Emperor Zhao, don't worry. I have already sent people to hide in the embassies of Zhou State and later Qin. The two people in the embassies of Zhou State and later Qin will not be able to escape my eyes before the Dutian conference. The seventh summoner wanted to make up for his mistake, so he quickly asked for credit. His arrangement was indeed in line with the Emperor Zhao in red's heart. In terms of strength, the seventh summoner and the second summoner were not the best in the Zhao state. They were even worse than the ninth summoner, Hu Jiusheng. The reason the red-robed summoner king thought so highly of the two of them, and had even handed over the matter of the Netherworld Ghost Key to them, was because the two of them had won his favor in certain aspects. The second main summoner was an outstanding husbandry summoner. The most important magic beast forest in the Zhao state was under the care of the second summoner. For many years, the Zhao state was able to control the best magic beast forest on the mainland because of the second summoner. This time, the second summoner died. For the Zhao state, it was not so much a loss of a summoner, but a loss of a caretaker of the magic beast forest. As for the seventh summoner, although he didn't have the same level of skill as the second summoner, he was very good at flattery. Furthermore, he had a wide network of connections. The Netherworld Ghost Key had been missing for many years, and it was the seventh summoner who found some clues. Therefore, even though the seventh summoning mission had failed, the Emperor Zhao in red had no intention of severely punishing him. Although he hadn't obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key, it was in Ji Rumo's hands. With his temperament, he definitely wouldn't use the Netherworld Ghost Key. The evil aura on the Nether Ghost Key would indeed attract many dark magical beasts. Only a magician as powerful as Ji Rumo would be able to suppress the Nether Ghost Key. With that in mind, the Emperor Zhao in red decided not to pursue the matter of the Ghost Key. Emperor Zhao, there's one more thing. The second summoner is dead, and the third summoner is in trouble. Do you think we should promote some summoners? Especially the Magic Beast Forest. There hasn't been anyone in charge for a long time. Perhaps I can. Seeing that the Emperor Zhao in red wasn't pursuing the matter of the Netherworld Ghost Key, the seventh summoner took the opportunity to plead for leniency. The Red Coat Summoner suddenly remembered that the Zhao state had also lost some people because of the Netherworld Ghost Key. These days, he had ordered the Summoning Institute to recruit new summoners as soon as possible. Especially since the second summoner was in charge of the rearing of the Magic Beast Forest. He had to find someone to replace him as soon as possible. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Are you sure you can manage the Magic Beast Forest? The Emperor Zhao in red obviously knew what the seventh summoner was thinking. There were many wild magic beasts and wild herbs in the Magic Beast Forest. Whoever managed to manage the forest would have a lot of money to gain. Over the years, the second summoner had relied on the money in the Magic Beast Forest to secretly sell the herbs and young magic beasts to the magic beast merchants. He had made a lot of money. The seventh summoner had been drooling over the Magic Beast Forest for a long time. However, because of the second summoner, he had not been able to get his hands on it. Emperor Zhao, please don't worry. I have many summoners under me. I will definitely be able to manage the Magic Beast Forest well. The seventh summoner patted his chest and promised. The death of the second summoner was a great opportunity. He wanted to get his hands on this fat piece of meat before the other summoners could. Then I will leave the Magic Beast Forest to you for a month. If everything goes well in the Magic Beast Forest during this month, I will consider letting you take over the position of the second summoner. The Emperor Zhao in red was a little tired from the confrontation with Ji Rumo. He needed to meditate and rest for a while. Tomorrow, I will not let Emperor Zhao down. The seventh summoner heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Magic Beast Forest was under his control. He left happily. When he left, there were still two summoners waiting outside the Zhao state's main hall. It was not until the seventh summoner left that Yin Songhai, who had been pretending to be a summoner of the Zhao state, raised his head. The regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, also came to Zhou state? 3 years ago, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming got married. As a father, he could not attend their wedding. That night, Yin Songhai wanted to meet Yun Sheng. However, because of the Hu Sheng incident, he finally passed by Yun Sheng. In the past 3 years, Yun Songhai only knew that Yun Sheng had not walked around the mainland. If Yi Baiming also came to Penglai, he had to find a chance to meet him. Firstly, he could ask about his daughter's recent situation. Secondly, he might be able to ask him for help in rescuing the woman in the water prison. Yin Songhai made up his mind. He decided to inquire about the specific residence of the regent of Great Zhou in the next few days. However, when Yin Songhai was preparing to find the prince regent, Yun Sheng tried every possible means to sneak into the Zhao state. Because of this, the father and daughter had missed the best opportunity to meet each other. After contracting the tentacle sunflower from the Penglai Sea, Yun Sheng returned to the Great Zhou embassy. In the next 2 days, Chang Wei warmly entertained Yun Sheng and took her to visit several main islands of Penglai. However, Yun Sheng's mind was not on sightseeing. The reason why Yun Sheng came to Penglai was to find the whereabouts of her father and mother. Along the way, she also asked Chang Wei about the general situation of the Zhao state. She wanted to find a chance to sneak into the Zhao state. However, to Yun Sheng's surprise, Chang Wei told Yun Sheng that even he had only been to the Zhao state a few times. Although the Zhao state was in Penglai, not everyone could enter. The 2 largest islands of Penglai were the Ice Island and the Fire Island that Yun Sheng saw on the spaceship of the later Qin dynasty. In the east was the Fire Island. The Fire Island, as its name suggested, was originally a volcano. However, many years ago, it was sealed by the first Emperor Zhao and became an extinct volcano. Although the volcano was sealed, the accumulated geothermal energy made the temperature of the Fire Island dozens of degrees higher than the average place. This also made the Fire Island very suitable for all kinds of demon beasts to hatch and grow. The first Emperor Zhao chose the Fire Island as the location of the Zhao state. It gradually developed and became the headquarters of the current Zhao state. However, the Fire Island could only be entered by people who had the Zhao state summoner's token. The other main island of Penglai was the Ice Island in the west. The Ice Island was covered with ice all year round. The Penglai Pavilion, the residence of the Penglai of Gojoseon, was built on the Ice Island. Similarly, the Ice Island could not be entered at will. Only people who had the Penglai Pavilion's token could enter. Ordinary civilians could only live on the 60 or so islands outside of the 2 main islands. After listening to Chang Wei's words, Yun Sheng understood that if she wanted to enter the Zhao state and find her parents, she had to become a citizen of the Zhao state. Chapter 1004. Why does the Prince Regent want to enter the Fire Island? Chang Wei was a businessman and was very good at reading people's expressions. He saw that Yun Sheng was so concerned about the Fire Island, so it must be related to the Zhao state. I have an old friend in the Zhao state. I wanted to inquire about his whereabouts. Yun Sheng forced a smile. So you want to inquire about the whereabouts of an old friend? That's easy. Don't forget that I, Chang Wei, am a merchant of magical beasts. I know many people from the Penglai Monastery. If the Prince Regent wants to inquire about someone, just go to the Penglai Monastery and tell them my name. Chang Wei wanted to accompany Yun Sheng personally, but Yun Sheng politely declined. After getting the news from Chang Wei, Yun Sheng returned to the Great Zhou embassy first. When Yun Sheng returned to the Great Zhou embassy, she used a little trick to find the spy sent by the Zhao state. Yun Sheng's golden eyes flashed, and the spy became muddle-headed, not knowing where he was. The 7th summoner? Haha, remember, in the next few days, tell the 7th summoner that I will be staying in the embassy. The spy nodded. After dealing with the spy, Yun Sheng began to plan how to sneak into the Zhao state. Before she set off, Yun Sheng had already used the disguise magic to change her appearance. On the streets of the 3rd largest island in Penglai, there was a thin girl with a yellow face. Beside the girl was a Xiaohei dog. The girl and the beast were Yin Sheng and Xiaohei in disguise. Before Yin Sheng went out, she was still hesitating. The reason was that Yin Sheng didn't know which magical beast to bring out. To enter the door of the Penglai Summoning Institute, one had to be at least a summoner. When Yin Sheng was in Dezhou, she had participated in the local Summoning Institute's assessment. However, at that time, she was only the most ordinary beast summoner. It was time for him to retest his summoner skills. However, to test her summoner level, she had to choose a suitable magical beast. Yin Sheng originally wanted to bring Jing Coin. However, after wandering around Penglai for a few days, Yin Sheng gave up on this idea. The reason was that Jing Coin was too eye-catching. Jing Coin was the most handsome among the magical beasts. Its golden scales were enough to blind the eyes of the street. It had a vigorous posture, and there was not a trace of fat on its body. No wonder Chang Wei, who had seen countless beasts, wanted to use it to breed. At that time, Yin Sheng thought that Chang Wei was making a fuss over nothing. But later, she discovered that Jing Coin's attractiveness was really not small. She and Jing Coin strolled around Penglai Street. There were already many summoners who asked Yin Sheng about Jing Coin's rank. There were also some female beasts who chased after Jing Coin. These days, it seemed that a handsome magical beast was also very popular. Jing Coin was annoyed for a while because of this. In order to appease Jing Coin, Yin Sheng could only let it stay in the Linglong Beast Tower for the time being. In the past few years, Yin Sheng's magic cultivation and summoning level had increased greatly. The summoner level was no longer the same as it used to be. The most important thing was that the strength of her magical beasts had also increased. Each of them was not ordinary. When they went out, they would scare the people in the summoning office. After Yin Sheng screamed, she finally decided to take Xiaohei to the summoning office. Xiaohei was the first magical beast that Yin Sheng had contracted besides Bobo sheep. Its cultivation level was now at the level of a holy beast. It would not be too high or too low. After choosing Xiaohei, Yin Sheng went out and went to the summoning office in Penglai. Penglai was indeed a country of summoners. Along the way, many people were summoners. Penglai Monastery was easy to recognize. It was on the busiest street in Penglai. Unlike the desolate summoning office in Zhou State, the entrance of Penglai Monastery was crowded. There were people and magical beasts everywhere. Most of them were wearing summoner rings on their hands. Just as Yin Sheng was about to enter the door, she suddenly saw a person. When Yin Sheng saw the person, she was very alert and retreated to the side. The person who walked into the summoning office arrogantly was the seventh summoner of Zhou State, who had a grudge with Yin Sheng. However, Yin Sheng had used a disguise spell, so he did not notice that Yin Sheng had walked right under his nose. Why did the seventh summoning office come? When Yin Sheng saw this, she also walked into the summoning office. There were a lot of people in the Penglai summoning office. There were summoners waiting to be certified and magical beasts waiting to be rated. As the seventh summoner of Zhou State, the person in charge of the summoning office personally came out to greet the seventh summoner. No one paid attention to a foreign summoner like Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng pretended to walk to the two of them and pricked up her ears to listen to what they were saying. The person in charge of Penglai Monastery was a bald, middle-aged man. He nodded and bowed. Seventh summoner, may I know what brings you here today? The summoning office hasn't recruited any new summoners recently? The seventh summoner had a proud look on his face. The person in charge of Penglai Monastery hurriedly took out a roster and checked it. After checking, he told the seventh summoner that the Penglai Monastery had recruited a total of more than 20 new summoners in the past week. To be able to recruit more than 20 summoners in a week, this number wasn't small at all. Yin Sheng couldn't help but think to herself. When she was in Zhou State, she heard the person in charge of the Yujing summoning office say that the Yujing summoning office didn't have a new summoner for a few years. Penglai was indeed the world of summoners. The so-called new summoners of the Penglai Monastery were obtained through two channels. One was through freelance summoners, who became employees of the summoning office. Although freelance summoners were free, they were relatively less guaranteed. After joining the summoning office, they could receive a certain amount of salary every month, and also have the opportunity to improve the abilities of their summoned beasts. Previously, Yunsheng had met Bing Ling at Wanlong Gambling House. At that time, she had relied on the second summoner through this method. The other channel was through new summoners who had awakened their innate summoning ability. This was similar to Yunsheng's childhood. Compared to the first channel, the Penglai Monastery generally preferred the second channel. This was because new summoners from the second channel were more likely to pledge their loyalty to the Zao state. Are there any summoners who are good at raising animals? The seventh summoner had been in a good mood these past few days, because he had received a good assignment in the Magic Beast Forest. However, at this critical juncture, something had happened that made him very vexed. This matter was related to the development of the entire Magic Beast Forest. If he couldn't settle this matter, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to report to the Emperor Zao in Red in a month's time. Right now he needed a summoner who could raise animals, so the seventh summoner came to the Zao state. The person in charge of the Penglai Monastery looked carefully, and also flipped through the information from a few months ago. However, to the seventh summoner's disappointment, he couldn't find any summoners who could raise animals. Bastard, why isn't there even a summoner who can raise animals? The seventh summoner heard this, and loudly reprimanded the person in charge of the summoning office. Chapter 1005. The seventh summoner scolded so loudly that everyone inside and outside the summoning hall could hear it clearly. The person in charge of the summoning hall was embarrassed. He was considered a big shot in Penglai, but in front of the seventh summoner, who was deeply favored by the Emperor Zao in Red, he could only obediently be scolded. Yunsheng heard everything clearly from the side. When she heard that they were going to switch to a nurturing summoner, a hint of joy appeared between her brows. However, she was not in a hurry to interrupt, and just listened from the side. Summoners were also divided into several types. Just like warriors, some were good at offense, and some were good at defense. It was the same for summoners. Some summoners belonged to the category of beast summoners. In terms of combat, they had a tacit understanding with beasts. One person's strength was enough to fight against 10 beasts. For example, Zhong Yi, one of Yunsheng's subordinates, was a holy beast summoner and a beast summoner at the same time. But not all summoners were beast summoners. There were some who were not good at fighting, but were very good at rearing animals. Those were the beast summoners. This kind of summoner didn't have brave summoned beast companions, but they understood the habits of various magical beasts very well. They were born with the ability to make magical beasts close to and trust them. As a result, it was easier to tame magical beasts, and at the same time, the magical beasts could reproduce better. Compared to beast summoners were more rare, especially in the Zao state, which needed a large number of magical beasts every day. A good husbandry summoner could raise hundreds and thousands of magic beasts, which was a huge fortune. Although Yunsheng didn't specialize in beast summoners, she had the exquisite beast pagoda that no beast summoner had. The exquisite beast pagoda was a rare artifact on the mainland. It could make magical beasts grow faster, and it was a treasure that magical beasts scrambled for like ducks. Therefore, as long as Yunsheng had the exquisite beast pagoda in hand, she had a fatal attraction to any magical beast. The person in charge of the Penglai Monastery was scolded badly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He only dared to curse in his heart. The seventh summoner was simply making trouble for no reason. Beast summoners weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. Otherwise, the Emperor Zao in Red wouldn't have placed so much importance on him after he received the second main summon. The second summoner himself couldn't even summon a holy beast. After the death of the second summoner, the Zao state had lost an excellent animal summoner. The problem in the Magic Beast Forest could only be solved by finding an excellent animal summoner. Excuse me, are you recruiting domestic-type summoners? Just as the seventh summoner was getting angry, a very discordant voice interrupted his reprimand. The seventh summoner looked and saw that the one who interrupted him was a sallow and emaciated female summoner. Her clothes were thin, and she only had a tattered summoning ring on her hand. The magical beast beside her was also inconspicuous. It looked just like a slightly larger dog. A lowly low-level summoner actually dared to interrupt him? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Can't you see that this lord is talking to someone? The seventh lord snapped. Honorable Lord Summoner, I accidentally overheard your conversation. Are you looking for a domestic-type summoner? I'm a domestic-type summoner. Chang Wei introduced me. Yinxing said respectfully. Go away, go away. Don't you know where you are? The domestic-type summoners that the Zhao state wants are all high-level magical beasts. They're not Tom, Dick, or Harry. The seventh summoner wasn't happy. Instead, he looked disgusted. When the person in charge of the Penglai Monastery heard Yinsheng mention Chang Wei's name, he took a few more glances at Yinsheng. Chang Wei and the person in charge of the Penglai Monastery had a lot of business dealings. Chang Wei was a very arrogant person. He was very picky when it came to magical beasts and people. This was the first time he heard that someone had been introduced by Chang Wei. With one look, the person in charge of the Penglai Monastery was shocked. Seeing that the seventh summoner was being disrespectful to its master, Xiao He roared angrily. Its back arched and its fur stood on end. A cold murderous intent surged in its eyes. Its originally ordinary black fur was surging with a special pattern that looked like a cloud pattern. When Xiao He showed its might, the magical beasts in the Penglai Monastery all trembled. Even their masters couldn't control them. Heavens, this is a holy beast. Could it be that you're a domestic-type summoner? The person in charge of the Penglai Monastery had better eyesight than the seventh summoner. He looked like he couldn't close his mouth and pointed at Xiao He. What? You're saying that she's a holy beast summoner? Don't be mistaken. The seventh summoner was shocked. He had actually almost chased away a holy beast summoner. Moreover, this person claimed to be a domestic-type summoner. No. The summoning ring on her hand is obviously the ring of a low-level beast summoner. Among the beast summoners, there were the most basic beast speakers, beast summoners, wizard beast summoners, sacred beast summoners, main summoners, and Emperor Zhao. Yinsheng's ring was disguised as a beast speaker ring. It indeed retained the appearance that she had when she first became a beast summoner in the Jade Capital. It was absolutely impossible for a beast summoner to control a holy beast. In other words, this female beast summoner was definitely a holy beast summoner. However, due to some reason, she had yet to participate in the assessment, so she had yet to advance. This was the first time in many years that the person in charge of the Penglai Monastery had encountered such a bizarre situation. Oh, this is a long story. When I first contracted Xiao He, she was still a low-level wild dog. However, after I raised her for more than 10 years, she evolved into a holy beast. Yinsheng rubbed her head with an honest look. When she said this, everyone in the Penglai Monastery looked like they had seen a ghost. Raising a low-level magical beast into a holy beast in more than 10 years was the most unbelievable thing in the world. Sir, please come inside. As long as we verify that your magical beast is indeed a holy beast, the Penglai Monastery will immediately give you the certification of a holy beast summoner. The person in charge of the Penglai Monastery was very excited. It had been a long time since the Penglai Monastery hired a holy beast summoner. Moreover, the other party claimed that she was a domestic-type beast summoner. This was much more precious than a normal holy beast summoner. It was no wonder that the person in charge of the Penglai Monastery was so excited. The seventh summoner also stared at Yinsheng and Xiao He, who was beside her. Before the certification, according to Yin Yun, the people in the Penglai Monastery had specially checked her background. It proved that more than 10 years ago, in the Penglai Monastery in the Jade Capital of Zhou State, there was indeed an 8-year-old girl named Yin Yun, who had been certified as a beast summoner. The person in charge of the Penglai Monastery didn't have any more doubts. He and the seventh summoner welcomed Yinsheng into the back hall. Chapter 1006. Half an hour later, when Yinsheng walked out of the summoning house again, she had already obtained the certification of the Penglai Monastery and confirmed that Xiao He was a sacred beast. She had also successfully become a sacred beast summoner. The summoners in the summoning house looked at her with eyes full of respect. In Punglai, there were two ways to determine the level of a summoner. One was to determine the level of the summoner according to the strength of the summoner. The other was to determine the level of the summoner according to the strength of the magical beast. After all, if a summoner could contract a sacred beast, it didn't matter whether the summoner's strength was strong or not. After all, having a sacred beast was equivalent to having the combat power of a sacred beast. After Xiaohe defeated several high-level magical beasts in one go, no one doubted Xiaohe's strength anymore. Yunsheng also had a new summoning ring on her hand. Even in Punglai, the number of sacred beast summoners did not exceed 100 people. The Zhao state was also very generous towards sacred beast summoners. Any sacred beast summoner who was registered in the Zhao state could have a private mansion on any island in Punglai, a limitless gold card with 1 million gold coins, and a summoning ring inlaid with a sacred beast soul stone. These were all used unconditionally. Yunsheng also learned from Changwei that the summoning house had many functions in Punglai. In addition to providing certification for those who wanted to become a summoner, the summoning house's function in Punglai Island was similar to the function of the Hunters Guild in the mainland. It provided job opportunities for summoners. Some freelance summoners could be permanently or temporarily employed in the summoning house by the Zhao state, other organizations, or individuals. Yunsheng did not agree to the summoning house's employment. She knew that the seventh summoner would definitely come looking for her. When Yunsheng left the summoning house, she deliberately walked slowly. She had already noticed that the seventh summoner was waiting outside the summoning house. Sure enough, after a few steps, the seventh summoner noticed Yunsheng and followed her. "Master Yin Yun, please take care," the seventh summoner said flatteringly. "Seventh summoner, I didn't know you were the summoner of the Zhao state. Please forgive me for my disrespect." Yunsheng was also flattered. "Master, I would like to hire you as our summoner of Magical Beasts Forest." The seventh summoner went straight to the point with his invitation. He took Yunsheng to the most luxurious restaurant in the city. Yunsheng found out from the seventh summoner that the seventh summoner had recently accepted an assignment from the Zhao state's Magic Beast Forest. But recently, a very bizarre thing had happened in the Magical Beast Forest. In the Magic Beast Forest, there were a large number of holy beasts. These holy beasts were used for summoners to contract, so they were very important to the Zhao state. In the past few hundred years, there had been no problems with the Holy Beasts Forest. However, about 3 days ago, after the second summoner of the Zhao state met with an unfortunate accident, the Holy Beasts Forest began to die one after another. Most of them were holy beasts of high rank. Other than the second summoner, doesn't the Zhao state have other summoners? Yunsheng thought that the second summoner couldn't be the only summoner of high rank in the Magic Beast Forest. There are other low-level and mid-level animal husbandry summoners in charge of the Magical Beast Forest. However, there is only one high-level animal husbandry summoner, the second main summoner, not to mention a holy beast husbandry summoner like you. In order to manage the Magical Beast Forest well, the seventh main summoner had used his personal resources to hire a few animal husbandry summoners. However, these guys only knew how to brag. When they accepted the seventh summoner's money, they all promised that they would be able to solve the problem in the Magic Beast Forest within a few days. However, after a few days, the holy beasts still died in batches. Every morning, seeing the bodies of the holy beasts being transported out of the Magic Beast Forest, the seventh summoner's face was even sadder than if his own mother had died. "Master Yin Yun, can you accept my invitation to go to the Magic Beast Forest and find out the specific cause of the holy beast's death?" The seventh summoner changed his previous snobbish attitude and spoke in a flattering tone. Now, in the eyes of the seventh summoner, this summoner named Yin Yun was more important than his own mother. Yin Yun had been confirmed as a holy beast summoner. In Punglai, there were several types of summoners of high rank, low rank, middle rank, high rank, and holy beast summoner. As the name implied, a summoner of high rank was able to raise a holy beast of the same rank. The second summoner of the Zhao state was a high rank summoner. In the Magic Beast Forest, Many high-rank holy beasts had been raised by the second summoner in the past few decades. With this ability alone, the second summoner was able to become the first summoner in the Zao state, second only to Emperor Zao. He had run amok in the Zao state for several decades. Previously, the seventh summoner had also been wary of the second summoner's ability. However, Yin Yun had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and made him feel that the second summoner was weak. Yin Yun, who was old enough to be the second summoner's granddaughter, was actually a holy beast summoner. If she was given 10 years, she would be able to raise hundreds and thousands of holy beasts for the Zao state. God, those were holy beasts. With so many holy beasts, the Zao state would not have to worry at all even if the 8 desolate tribes came, let alone the boundless land. Furthermore, how old was Yin Yun? It was said that she was only 18. If she could raise holy beasts at 18 years old, who knew if she would be able to raise king-level holy beasts in a few decades? If any of the powers on the mainland knew about Yin Yun's existence, they would definitely fight over her, let alone the Zao state. If the Emperor Zao in Red knew about Yin Yun, he would definitely hire her to be the first summoner in order to win her over to his side. When that happened, she would threaten the seventh summoner's position. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the seventh summoner decided to snatch her away. He did not hesitate to hire Yin Yun at the cost of 100,000 purple coins a month. Of course, the seventh summoner did not expect Yin Yun to be able to raise a holy beast for him within a month. All he wanted was for Yin Yun to manage the magic beast forest within this month. The seventh summoner had other plans in mind. He wanted to test out Yin Yun's abilities within this month. If she could really manage the magic beast forest, he would definitely find a way to make her stay. If she did not agree, he would find someone to kill her after everything was done. A venomous glint flashed across the seventh summoner's eyes. Yunsheng noticed the change in his expression and laughed coldly in her heart. Yunsheng and the seventh summoner chatted for a while and decided that the seventh summoner would bring Yunsheng into the magic beast forest on the Fire Island. He would also give Yunsheng a token so that she could enter and leave the Fire Island freely for this month. Chapter 1007. The seventh summoner's arrangement was exactly what Yunsheng wanted. Yunsheng wanted to enter Fire Island and infiltrate the Zao state. As long as she could enter Fire Island, Yunsheng was confident that she could avoid the eyes and ears on the island and find her father or mother, Hu Jiusheng. However, before that, she had to earn the seventh summoner's trust. Therefore, she had to find out the real cause of the sudden deaths of the magical beasts in the magic beast forest and solve it. From the seventh summoner, Yunsheng found out that before the seventh summoner took over the magic beast forest, the number of magical beasts that died in the forest in a year was only a few. Moreover, most of the magical beasts that died from fighting with each other. The seventh summoner also sent a few of the Zao state's animal husbandry summoners to investigate. However, they could not find the cause of the deaths. Some said that they died from illness, while others said that they died from fighting with the magical beasts. The seventh summoner's head was about to explode from listening to all of this. However, he still could not come to a conclusion. Therefore, he had no choice but to recruit external animal husbandry summoners through the summoning center. The seventh summoner's luck was not bad. He met a beast husbandry summoner as soon as he arrived. After listening to the seventh summoner's explanation, Yunsheng had a rough idea of what was going on. The death of a magical beast was either due to illness or non-illness. In comparison, if it was a normal death from illness, it would be easier to solve. Yunsheng was a doctor herself. With her knowledge of both Eastern and Western medicine, and the little water sprite queen, who had unparalleled healing abilities, Yunsheng would be able to save the magical beasts as long as they were still breathing. What she was afraid of was that the magical beasts did not die from illness, but from some other man-made or non-man-made factors. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries in the restaurant, Yunsheng packed her luggage and headed to Fire Island with the seventh summoner. There were many checkpoints and magical restrictions set up around the perimeter of Fire Island. Even a mosquito would not be able to fly in without a guide. Master Yin Yun, in this month, you can freely enter and exit the magic forest. However, do not wander around the other places on the Fire Island. Just send someone to inform me if anything happens. Also, don't tell anyone that you are a holy beast summoner for the time being, so as to avoid being coveted by others. The seventh summoner spoke politely, but in reality, he was telling Yunsheng not to act rashly. The seventh summoner had already sent people to monitor Yunsheng. Firstly, they could closely monitor her movements. Secondly, they could prevent Yunsheng from coming into contact with other people in the Zao state, and letting others know that she was a sacred beast summoner. In addition, the seventh summoner also told Yunsheng that teleportation magic was not allowed on Fire Island. Yunsheng agreed to all of them. Yunsheng entered Fire Island on a small empty boat. Even though she had seen the Fire Island from the later Qin's empty boat, Yunsheng only felt that it was different when she personally stepped onto this magical land that was obtained after the volcano was sealed. On Fire Island, the soil and the roads were all fiery red. The entire island was huge. According to the seventh summoner, it would take 2 days and 1 night to walk on Fire Island. The temperature on the island was above 35 degrees all year round. During the hottest part of the summer, the temperature on Fire Island could reach 50 degrees. As the island was rebuilt after the volcano was sealed, the fertile land formed by the volcanic ash left behind by the volcano's eruption thousands of years ago could be seen around Fire Island. These lands were now used to plant tropical flowers and herbs. Along the way, one could see colorful flowers and some unique volcanic magical beasts with strange appearances. After walking for about 3 to 4 hours, Yunsheng and the seventh summoner arrived at the magic beast forest. As soon as they approached the magic beast forest, Yunsheng felt that the temperature had dropped significantly. In front of her was a lush green forest. This was the magic beast forest. The magic beast forest was also the area with the most lush vegetation on the entire Fire Island. As it was close to Iceland, compared to other places on the island, there was more rain and abundant freshwater resources. Some magical beasts that did not like the heat lived in the magic beast forest. Master Yin Yin, this is your entry token. There is a summoner's hut at the periphery of the forest. There is a special supply and communication magic array every day. The facilities are very complete. The seventh summoner was sweating profusely as he walked. After the death of his sacred beast, he had not contracted a new one. Originally, the seventh summoner had planned to find a high-level magical beast to contract. However, after meeting Yin Yun, he had other ideas. If he could successfully employ Yin Yun long-term, he might even be able to get Yin Yun to cultivate another sacred beast for him to use. The seventh summoner secretly sized up Yin Yun from the side with wishful thinking. He saw that there was not even a drop of sweat on his forehead. This female summoner looked frail and sickly, but she seemed to have a good constitution. While the seventh summoner was thinking, he had already reached the periphery of the magic beast forest. In front of him, a few small wooden huts made of pine wood appeared. A few summoners hurried over to welcome him. Seventh summoner, you are finally here. We have found the cause of death of the magical beasts. These were all summoners who had been hired by the seventh summoner. There were men and women old and young. All of them pushed each other, wanting to be the first to tell the seventh summoner about their findings. The seventh summoner was overjoyed when he heard that there was some progress. You found the cause. How did the magical beasts die? Summoner, I will say it first. I found out that the magical beasts in the magic beast forest died after drinking poisonous water. Go away. What poisonous water? The magical beasts in the forest all drink water. How can a few magical beasts die? He clearly died after eating a rare poisonous moss. Go away. Those magical beasts clearly died from fighting. These summoners criticized each other one after another. The seventh summoner's head was about to explode. Lord Summoner, another magical beast has died. A forest patrolling summoner barged in. In his hands was a rank 8 wind sword eagle that had just died not long ago. A rank 8 magical beast. That was not a low rank. The The seventh summoner took a look and felt a headache coming on. A bunch of useless things. You still haven't found the cause of death. Go away. Let my newly hired master Yin Yin take a look. These good-for-nothings all wanted to contribute, but they were all half-baked. He had spent a lot of money to hire them. After spending a few days, the magical beasts were still dying one by one. If this continued, more than half of the magical beasts in the Magic Beast Forest would die in a month. Those summoners saw that the seventh summoner was respectful to Yun Sheng and somewhat hostile to Yun Sheng. But because the seventh summoner was present, they could not flare up. They could only resentfully retreat to the side. Bring that wind-sword eagle over. I want to cut open its body and take a look. Yun Sheng waved her hand and let the patrolling summoner come forward. Chapter 1008. When they heard that Yun Sheng was going to dissect the carcass of the magical beast, the summoners all showed expressions of disgust. They were summoners, not butchers. Where did the seventh summoner find this person from? Looking at her skillful movements, she must have been a hunter in the past. The seventh summoner was really desperate. He actually found such a woman to solve the problem of the Magic Beast Forest. The seventh summoner clicked his tongue in wonder as well. However, he quickly discovered that Yun Sheng's method of dissecting corpses was very special. In just an hour, she had completely cleaned out an 8th-tier magical beast, from its fur to its organs. The rarest thing was that she even used water-freezing magic during the dissection. There was not a single drop of blood during the entire process. After Yun Sheng dissected the carcass, she found that there were no internal injuries on the body of the magical beast eagle. There were also no signs of being hit by magic. However, the color of the liver and gallbladder was normal. It did not look like it was poisoned. The heart of the magical beast had burst, and there were signs of blood flow in reverse. It looked like it had been frightened and suddenly died. Yun Sheng had also heard the seventh summoner say that most of the magical beasts in the Magic Beast Forest were level 6 to 9 magical beasts. There were about 2 or 3 sacred beasts that could scare a level 8 magical beast to death. Could it be that some terrifying magical beast had intruded into the Magic Beast Forest? How is it, Master Yin Yun? Can you tell how the magical beast died? The seventh summoner asked anxiously. I can't tell the cause of death at the moment. I think I need to enter the Magic Beast Forest to take a look. Yun Sheng could at least be sure that this magical beast did not die of illness. I thought you were very good. In the end, you can't tell anything. The seventh summoner still listens to us. The few summoners who had been left out gloated at their misfortune. All of you shut your mouths. In the future, you all have to obediently listen to whatever Grandmaster Yin Yun says. If Grandmaster wants to enter the forest, you all have to follow her. It's already late today. Tomorrow, the few of you will accompany her, said the seventh overseer. This bunch of good-for-nothings. Earlier, they said that the magical beast's food was poisonous. Later, they simply said that there was poisonous gas in the forest. Now they were using the water source as an excuse. When the summoners heard this, their faces were filled with anger. Yun Sheng, however, looked at the Magic Beast Forest with a meaningful expression. In the twilight, the Magic Beast Forest was filled with dense trees. From time to time, the shrill cries of birds could be heard. At night, after waiting for the other summoners to fall asleep, Yun Sheng got up alone. After avoiding the gazes of the people watching her, Yun Sheng came to the entrance of the Magical Beast Forest. Above the sky, there was a crescent moon shaped like a sickle. Yun Sheng began to chant, and 2 summoning arrays flashed beneath her feet. The enchanting Night Demon Queen and the Centipede Ant General appeared in front of Yun Sheng. They respectfully awaited Yun Sheng's. Take advantage of the night to enter the Magic Beast Forest. Be sure to pay attention to every movement in the forest. If you find anything strange, report back immediately. Although Yun Sheng had said in the evening that they would enter the Magic Beast Forest tomorrow, she had already made up her mind. She would not be like those useless summoners blindly searching. Her summoned beasts were her best ears and eyes. They could find out anything that happened in the Magic Beast Forest. The night passed. The Night Demon Queen and the 100-legged ant general in the magic beast forest brought back news. But what surprised Yun Sheng was that neither the Night Demon Queen nor the 100-legged ant general sent any clues related to the death of the magical beasts. But one thing was certain. In the magic beast forest, there were no ferocious foreign magical beasts as Yun Sheng had expected. After hearing this, Yun Sheng also felt that it was a little tricky. It seemed that she could only enter the magic beast forest herself to find the possible cause of the magical beast's deaths. However, when Yun Sheng found several summoners who were familiar with the terrain of the magic beast forest, these people were not willing to accompany Yun Sheng into the magic beast forest. You don't want to live, but we do. That's the magic beast forest. There are wild magical beasts that have not been domesticated. Without the accompaniment of the Zao State's patrol summoners, we are not willing to enter. It's just sunrise now. The patrol summoners have not yet arrived. When those domesticated summoners heard that Yun Sheng was going to enter the magic beast forest, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yun Sheng was speechless. These people wanted to find the cause of death by guarding a few magical beasts' bodies. No wonder these domesticated summoners did not have any clues after so many days. If you want to go in by yourself. Don't expect us to accompany you. Those summoners were not in a good mood. One of the summoners suddenly said kindly, Master Yin Yin, I kindly remind you that you can go to the lake in the forest to have a look. In fact, most of the dead magical beasts were found near the volcanic lake. Volcanic lake? Yun Sheng didn't think that these summoners would be so kind. But if most of the magical beasts really died at the volcanic lake, maybe the cause was really in that area. Yun Sheng decided to go to the volcanic lake to have a look first. After asking about the specific location of the volcanic lake, Yun Sheng entered the magic beast forest alone. Watching Yun Sheng disappear into the dense forest, several summoners showed a malicious smile on their faces. Reckless guy, if she really enters the volcanic lake to investigate, she will die. The magic beast forest of Penglai was like a tropical rainforest. There were few traces of people walking. There were extremely lush trees growing everywhere, and some precious herbs. Yun Sheng followed the direction of several summoners and walked all the way. She took Xiaohei with her. The holy beast pressure on Xiaohei scared away a lot of middle and high-level magical beasts along the way. Walking down the magic beast forest, the terrain gradually became higher. Looking at the terrain, Yun Sheng had already entered the volcanic crater, where the magic beast forest was located. In the air, there was a smell similar to sulfur. Walking to the volcanic crater, the forest also came to the end, and a lake came into sight. Suddenly she saw a blue lake. The fresh water vapor made Yun Sheng feel refreshed. This lake was also the most important freshwater resource in the magic beast forest. The lake water formed by the volcanic crater was generally rich in various minerals. If the magical beasts used the water here, it would be of great benefit to their growth and reproduction. However, to Yun Sheng's surprise, she did not find any high-level magical beasts drinking water nearby. Yun Sheng leaned over and looked at the lake water. At a glance, the lake water was very clear. She threw a stone in and made some splashes, but there was no response for a long time. This volcanic lake was far deeper than Yun Sheng imagined. But at this time, Yun Sheng noticed that there seemed to be a few footprints at the volcanic lake's crater. Could it be that someone entered the volcanic lake during this time? Yun Sheng pondered whether or not she should enter the volcanic lake to explore. It's dangerous, don't go near there. Just as Yun Sheng was about to walk into the lake, a person rushed out from the other end of the lake. Happy Laba Festival, everyone! Chapter 1009. Yun Sheng stopped in her tracks after being yelled at. She took a closer look and realized that the person who called her was actually him. Penglai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo. Yun Sheng didn't expect to see Ji Rumo again in the deepest part of the magic beast forest, near the crater of the volcano. When Chang Wei took Yun Sheng to see the scenery of Penglai, he also told Yun Sheng about the power of Penglai. He also mentioned that the relationship between Penglai of Gojoseon and Emperor Zhao was not good these years. The two of them respectively controlled the Zao state of Fire Island and the Punglai Pavilion of Iceland. It was indeed a little strange that Ji Rumo suddenly appeared in the magic beast forest of Fire Island. Ji Rumo was also a little surprised by this female summoner, who suddenly appeared at the crater of the volcano. This area was recognized as a forbidden area in the magic beast forest, because the volcano guardian beast left behind by the first Emperor Zao was sleeping in this lake. Usually, those summoners didn't dare to come close to this place at all. Only some powerful magical beasts would come close to this place to drink water. But these days, for some unknown reason, even high-level magical beasts didn't dare to come close to this area. Even though the guardian beast of the volcano crater was asleep most of the time, it would still burn the intruders to ashes if it was accidentally disturbed. That was why no one dared to approach this place, even with the accompaniment of a battle summoner. Ji Rumo paid attention to Yun Sheng's expression and saw that she was completely ignorant. And judging from her actions just now, it seemed that she wanted to enter the volcano lake. Yun Sheng inevitably felt a little guilty when she met Ji Rumo. She was afraid that he would recognize her. It wasn't until she saw her own appearance reflected in Ji Rumo's amber eyes that she remembered that she used disguise magic. Ji Rumo might not be able to recognize her. Ji Rumo was still dressed in purple. Purple was a mysterious color. It was especially suitable for Ji Rumo. From his expression, Ji Rumo did not recognize Yun Sheng. Without Yun Sheng's introduction, Ji Rumo noticed Xiao He standing beside Yun Sheng and asked, "Are you the new animal husbandry summoner who replaced the second main summoner?" Ji Rumo was slightly taken aback. A sacred beast summon beast? Is she the new summoner who will replace the second main summoner? My name is Yin Yin. Are you also a summoner? Yun Sheng was relieved that Ji Rumo didn't recognize her. Her tone also relaxed a lot. After weighing the pros and cons, Yun Sheng decided to pretend that she didn't know Ji Rumo. Seeing that the other party did not recognize him, Ji Rumo did not reveal his identity. In Punglai, he has always been the superior Punglai of Gojoseon. It was rare that someone didn't know his identity. Ji Rumo felt a lot more relaxed. Since you are replacing the second main summoner, you should know that in the Magic Beast Forest, there are some places that cannot be set foot. For example, this lake. Ji Rumo pointed to the lake in front of Yun Sheng. What's so special about this lake? From what I see, it's just a volcanic lake. Yun Sheng could see that this lake was formed because of the volcano. You should have heard of the origin of Fire Island. This lake is not just an ordinary lake. It is also where the first Emperor Zao's volcano was located. Ji Rumo's words made Yun Sheng involuntarily take a few more glances at the volcanic crater. Punglai Fire Island was once an active volcano. Every year, the volcanic eruption here would bring disaster to the residents on the surrounding islands. Thousands of years ago, the first pope traveled here. He liked the beautiful scenery of Punglai Island and felt that this place was very suitable for breeding magical beasts. With his own tyrannical strength, he sealed the active volcano. Yun Sheng had heard about the first Emperor Zao sealing the volcano and building Fire Island. It was just that she did not expect that the seal was hidden under this volcanic lake. After the first pope sealed the volcano, he was worried that someone would rashly approach the volcano in the future and destroy the seal. Before he passed away, he left a powerful guardian beast here. If outsiders approached this place, they would be burned to ashes by the guardian beast's flames. When Yun Sheng heard this, she knew that she must have been tricked by those summoners. They clearly knew that this was where the seal was, and that there was a powerful guardian beast here. However, they still guided her here to find a water source. If Yun Sheng had not met Ji Rumo, once she encountered the guardian beast, she would have had a fierce battle. When Yun Sheng thought of this, she sneered in her heart. No one could be safe and sound after framing her. Thank you for reminding me. However, since you know that this area is very dangerous, why did you appear nearby? Yun Sheng felt very strange. Why would Punglai of Gojoseon appear in the Magic Beast Forest? I came to pay respects to my mother. Ji Rumo did not hide it. Punglai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo's mother? Punglai of Gojoseon's mother, logically speaking, should be a member of the Punglai royal family. Why was she buried in a place like the magic beast forest? However, Yunsheng also noticed Jirumo's choice of words. He said mother, and not imperial mother, or imperial mother. Why is your mother's tomb built in such a place? Is she also a pet summoner? Yunsheng looked puzzled. She was born here and died here. Jirumo led Yunsheng through a bush, and a small mound appeared in front of them. That mound was the tomb of Jirumo's mother. On the tombstone it was engraved. Yunsheng suddenly widened her eyes. You must be very surprised. How could my mother be a magical beast? That's right, she's a 5th-grade antelope. I grew up drinking her milk. Jirumo appeared to be very talkative today. He did not avoid the fact that he and Yunsheng were just acquaintances by chance. Jirumo's warm voice lingered in her ears. Yunsheng got to know a different Jirumo. Jirumo was an orphan when he was young. He was adopted by the people of the Zhao state when he was young. Like all the other orphans adopted by the Zhao state, he grew up drinking the milk of magical beasts. However, because Jirumo was small and ugly when he was first brought back, the strong mother beasts with ample milk were not willing to feed him. Even the maids of the Zhao state despised him because of this. The maids threw him into the forest of magical beasts. He was not fated to die yet. His weak cries were heard by a passing antelope. The antelope carried Jirumo, who was as thin and weak as a kitten, back to where it came from. Before Jirumo was 3 years old, he grew up drinking the milk of the antelope and lived in the forest of magical beasts. After he was 3 years old, he left the forest of magical beasts and returned to the Zhao state. Then how did the antelope die? Yunsheng had some impression of the antelope. It was a low-level magical beast. It was agile and had a lifespan of about 50 years. According to the rules of the Zhao state, babies who grew up drinking the milk of magical beasts must kill the magical beast with their own hands when they become adults. Jirumo said calmly. Chapter 10:10. Yunsheng was silent. She didn't expect Jirumo to have such a pitiful past. The Emperor Zhao in red, who was high and mighty in the eyes of the world, turned out to be an orphan who was raised by a magical beast. He even killed the mother beast that raised him with his own hands. The Zhao state was a land of tigers and wolves. What the Zhao state needed was a group of brave and cold-blooded summoners. Killing the mother beast that raised them with their own hands was a step that all orphan summoners had to go through. If they couldn't do it, they would be thrown into the magic beast forest. What awaited them was only death. Time passed unknowingly, and the sun gradually set. For most of the remaining time, Jirumo didn't speak again. He seemed to be immersed in his own memories. He just stood in front of the graveyard for a long time without speaking. Yunsheng didn't know what to say, and Xiaohei obediently crawled to the side. On the desolate slope, 2 silhouettes appeared exceptionally bleak. Thank you for accompanying me to pay respects. Jirumo spoke again. An hour had already passed. His voice was still warm and pleasant, but there was a hint of relief in it. Jirumo had never tried to let down his guard in front of a stranger. Or rather, he had never said so much in front of anyone. He saw a touch of pity in the eyes of this female summoner. He didn't like pity, but this trace of pity made him feel unexpectedly close. Perhaps it was because this female summoner looked sallow and emaciated, but she had a pair of clean eyes. This made him involuntarily think of Yunsheng. That was the only woman in the world that he had feelings for. After talking to a stranger, Jirumo felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. Jirumo looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, it was almost time for the morning court. He nodded at Yunsheng. Recently, there has been something wrong in the magic beast forest. I hope you can find the reason as soon as possible. However, don't try to enter the volcanic lake. After Jirumo gave a friendly warning, magic flashed and he disappeared. He came and went without a trace, as if he had never appeared. After Jirumo left, Yunsheng did not leave immediately. She left the mound and returned to the volcanic lake. Despite Jirumo's reminder, Yunsheng did not intend to give up the search. She searched around the volcanic lake. There were indeed unfamiliar footprints near the mouth of the volcano. It might be difficult for an ordinary person to discover them, but for Yunsheng, who possessed the Shen-Nong pupil and had superior eyesight, she quickly captured this point. According to the news brought back by the magical beasts last night, as well as what the summoners had said earlier, Yunsheng was certain that there were no problems with the water, soil, and food of the magical beasts in the magical beast forest. However, it was also a fact that magical beasts had died near the mouth of the volcano. Staring at the clear volcanic lake, Yunsheng fell into deep thought. Just as Yunsheng was deep in thought, she heard a heavy breathing sound beside her ear. Turning back, she realized that something was wrong with Xiaohe. It seemed to be a little irritable, and near the mouth of the volcano, it stuck out its tongue from time to time and kept panting. Xiaohe was not an ordinary magical beast. It was a holy beast. Normal high temperatures and long-distance travel were nothing to it. Hence, its strange behavior attracted Yunsheng's attention. Magical beasts were always more sensitive than humans. Could it be that Xiaohe had discovered something? Xiaohe? What's wrong? Yunsheng and Xiaohe communicated with each other using their divine senses. Master, I have an indescribable feeling. I feel a tightness in my chest, and I want to leave this place quickly. Xiaohe told Yunsheng the truth. Xiaohe also told Yunsheng that the closer they got to the mouth of the volcanic lake, the more intense its irritation became. It felt as if the blood vessels in its body were about to explode. Yunsheng suddenly remembered the cause of death of the magical beast that she had dissected earlier. Those magical beasts seemed to have different degrees of blood reflux and symptoms of being scared to death. These were very similar to what Xiaohe was saying. Xiaohe was a holy beast, but even it could not resist, not to mention those ordinary high-level magical beasts. Yunsheng was even more certain that the unknown cause of the deaths of the magical beasts was the volcanic lake, or rather, the volcanic seal. Yunsheng decided that they still had to dive into the volcanic lake. The water in this lake was very clear, and it looked no different from ordinary drinking water. However, the volcanic seal left behind by the first Emperor Zhao was hidden beneath it. The first Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state, who was also the master of the summoning demon hand. He was the most powerful master of the mainland, who had once fought against the leaders of the Bakra orcs. Only such a person would be able to seal an active volcano. The guardian beast that he had left behind must be very powerful. At the last moment, Yunsheng's curiosity as a doctor won out, and she decided to explore the volcanic lake. Before entering the volcanic lake, Yunsheng summoned the abyssal tentacle sunflower king that she had just contracted not long ago. Among all of Yunsheng's summoned beasts, only King Anemone abyssalis was considered an aquatic magical plant. The volcanic lake looked clear, but its exact depth was unknown. Knowing that Yunsheng wanted to enter the lake, the King Anemone tentacle did not hesitate and stretched out its tentacles. The Abyss King Anemone's tentacles were of different lengths, and it quickly divided into two layers. The outer layer, as usual, was used to paddle after entering the water. The inner layer formed a protective shield, tightly wrapping Yunsheng inside to prevent anything from seeping in. After Yunsheng was wrapped by Anemone abyssalis, she realized that the Sunflower King's tentacles had become transparent. This way, the surrounding environment could be seen clearly, and her breathing was not affected too much. This feeling made Yunsheng feel as if she was alone in a glass shield, and she could clearly see the situation around her. Master, the air in the tentacles can provide you with about 3 hours of breathing. After 3 hours, we have to leave the sea. The King Anemone tentacle reminded Yunsheng. Yunsheng thought for a moment. 3 hours, including the diving speed of King Anemone abyssalis, should be enough for her to reach the bottom of the volcanic lake. King Anemone abyssalis obeyed the order, entered the lake, and quickly sank. The depth of the volcanic lake, as Yunsheng expected, was unfathomable. The temperature of the lake was suitable, and there were many colorful coral-like volcanic lava deposits around it. After sinking for more than an hour, they still did not see the bottom. At this time, Anemone abyssalis suddenly said, Master, the bottom of this lake seems to lead directly to the Punglai Sea. If we go any deeper, we will probably enter the Punglai Sea. Do we still want to dive? It turned out that this volcanic lake actually led directly to the other side of the sea. Since they had already dived to this point, Yunsheng felt that it was necessary to continue investigating. She ordered the Abyss King Anemone to continue diving. Chapter 10:11. After entering the Prunglai Sea, King Anemone Abyssalis moved even faster. King Anemone's tentacle barrier was very special. Through the tentacle barrier, Yunsheng could see the sea outside, but the sea beasts outside could not see Yunsheng. This made Yunsheng feel as if she was behind a double-sided mirror. Anemone Abyssalis dived 5,000 to 6,000 meters. At this depth, almost all the sea beasts in the Prunglai Sea had disappeared. At this depth, even the strongest warrior would not be able to reach it. After entering the deep sea, the abyssal tentacle sunflower king's speed slowed down a lot. In this kind of sea region, a large number of sea beasts would appear. Even the abyssal tentacle sunflower king had to be careful. It summoned dozens of small tentacle sunflowers. The small tentacle sunflowers were like blooming flowers in the sea. Following the current, they spread out in all directions, acting as the sentinels for King Anemone's advance. Master, if you still haven't found it, we have to return to the surface in half an hour. Otherwise, your body will not be able to withstand the pressure at the bottom of the sea. Anemone Abyssalis had taken nearly 2 hours to swim from the volcanic lake to the Prunglai Sea. Within the tentacle barrier, there was less and less air for Yunsheng to breathe. Yunsheng was also a little hesitant. If they went deeper into the sea, if there was not enough air in King Anemone's tentacle barrier, she might be in danger of suffocation. But if they gave up just like that, they would have to start all over again. The time for the Dutian meeting was getting closer and closer. She did not have much time to waste in the magic beast forest. Yunsheng thought for a while, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and slowly used the celestial meditation. The blue sea water disappeared, and the surroundings were pitch black. Suddenly, Yunsheng felt a magical fluctuation at the bottom of the sea, about 1,000 meters away. The magical fluctuation was long and powerful, like a person's pulse. It was there. Yunsheng was sure that the magic array used by the first Emperor Zhao to seal the volcanic crater was there. Dive a little further. I can feel a magical fluctuation at 1,000 meters below. If I'm not wrong, it should be close to the volcanic seal. Yunsheng understood what King Anemone Tentacle meant. She also decided that if there was no more discovery, they would return to the sea and think of a solution another day. Hundreds of tentacles of Anemone Abyssalis stretched out, like a taut spring, and a jet of water shot out from its body. It was sinking rapidly. It was at this moment that the tentacle sunflower sentry in front of it sent a message. Master, there's a strange movement in the water ahead. A large sea beast is rapidly approaching in this direction. Its target is the same as ours. It seems to be the bottom of this sea. The Sea Anemone King reported to Yunsheng. When Yunsheng found out, she was shocked. Their current location was definitely in the deep sea. In this area, not to mention the fishermen of Prunglai, even rank 8 or 9 sea beasts would find it difficult to get close. Only sacred beasts or even super sea beasts like King Anemone could move in this area. After a short moment of surprise, Yunsheng quickly made a decision. King Anemone, immediately disguise yourself as an ordinary sea anemone and wait for the super sea beast to come. King Anemone of the Abyss listened and obeyed Yunsheng's order. Its tentacles shrunk and its speed slowed down. A large number of beautiful sea anemone spots grew on its body, and it leisurely swam around nearby. In the eyes of other sea beasts, this must be a very ordinary sea anemone. No one would associate it with the terrifying dark magic plant Anemone Abyssalis. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the water in front of them became turbulent. Through the transparent barrier of the sea anemone's tentacles, Yunsheng saw a fish swimming towards them at a fast speed. It was a large carnivorous fish, like a small fortress. Its skin was greenish-gray, and its tail was crescent-shaped. Its teeth were very big, like the sharpest sawtooth, enough to crush everything. Its head was in the shape of an inverted triangle. This fish was 3 to 4 meters long, and its weight was at least 6 to 700 jin. Master, that is the most famous hunter in Punglai, the trident king shark. I have encountered this fish before in the sea. It is very difficult to deal with, so it is best that we do not confront it head-on. The Abyss King Anemone was injured by Ji Rumo's Thunder God break. Although the Linglong Beast Pagoda healed it, it had not yet recovered to its peak state. Moreover, it was carrying its master, so it advised Yin Sheng not to act rashly. When Yin Sheng was about to avoid it, her eyes suddenly shrank and fell on the head of the king shark. Yin Sheng noticed that there was a very prominent summoning mark on the shark's forehead. This trident king shark had obviously been contracted by someone. The other party must be a very powerful summoner. King Anemone, follow the king shark and see what it is doing at the bottom of the sea. Yin Sheng and King Anemone secretly followed the king shark all the way down. The trident shark king was indeed the overlord of the sea. It swaggered past, rampaging all the way. Its speed was very fast, and it dived straight to the bottom of the sea. Beside it, there was a faint blue light. It also looked around. When it noticed the king anemone, it paused for a moment. But after confirming that it was an ordinary sea anemone, the trident shark ignored it. After about 800 or 900 meters, a magic array appeared at the bottom of the sea. It was an ancient magic array. Because it had been so long, the seal script on the magic array had already turned black and red. But the magic power on the magic array was still not weakened. Yun Sheng could clearly feel the powerful magic power coming from the magic array. That was the volcano seal left behind by the first Emperor Zhao. The Trident King Shark's next move surprised Yun Sheng even more. The King Shark did not rashly approach the magic array. Instead, it slowed down and swam around the magic array carefully. Looking at its situation, it should be very familiar with this area. It seemed that it had been here many times before. Soon, Yin Sheng's guess was verified. The trident whale grew legs and turned into a fishman with a human body and a shark's head. Yin Sheng then realized that the trident shark was not a simple sea beast. It was formed by the combination of a summoner and his own summoned beast. But because she could not see the head, Yin Sheng did not know who the summoner was. At this time, the summoner raised his hand. On his slender finger, Yin Sheng saw a summoning ring. After seeing the mark on the summoning ring, Yin Sheng was shocked. That was the ring of the Zhao state. And looking at the magical beast soul stone on the ring, it seemed that the identity of this fishman was one of the 13 main summoners of the Zhao state. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.